Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Edina City Council meeting, Edina Housing Redevelopment Authority meeting, Tuesday, September 2nd, 2014. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening, and I think we want to modify the agenda to accommodate folks from the community that may want to comment on issues not related to anything on the agenda this evening. We've got 4 public hearings. It could take us well past midnight. So,
would you like to move them after special recognition?
We've got a couple of things we need to do here. Member Bennett has a sequence on things.
Thank you, Mayor. Adding to special recognitions and presentations, Section 5, before the France Avenue Corridor Improvement Project, a special recognition of a retiring employee, our Finance Director, John Wallen. Adding that to the agenda, and in addition, moving community comment, Section 7, in advance of Section 6 public hearings, so to follow Section 5, special recognitions and presentations.
That's correct.
And I would move the agenda with those changes.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to amend the agenda as stated by Member Bennett. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. Next is the consent agenda. There's numerous items on the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they want to remove from the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. All the items under Romans Section 4 discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we are into the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. Our Finance Director, John Wallen, is standing in the back corner, humble and quiet as he usually is. You want to come forward, John? We've got a resolution of commendation we want to read for you, and I'm afraid you might have to put up with a video as well. So, for folks in the audience, it's great that you're all here because this is a man who's done wonderful work for our community, helping us maintain our financial strength as a double AAA rated community over all these years that he's been here. Just exemplary work on his part. Here's the resolution of commendation, John. Whereas John Wallen began his service to the City of Edina as an accountant in the Finance Department on June 25th, 1984. And whereas John Wallen was promoted to the position of Finance Director on January 1st, 1986. And whereas John Wallen has announced his retirement effective September 4, 2014. And whereas John Wallen has helped to create a financially strong municipal organization at the City of Edina, including the city's recognition as a AAA-rated city government by Moody's Investor Services and Standard & Poor's. And whereas the Edina City Council wishes to recognize and thank John Wallen for over 30 years of dedicated service to the City of Edina, now therefore be it resolved by the Edina City Council that it expresses its official appreciation and recognition to John Wallen for over 30 years of dedicated service to the City of Edina. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion and a second to adopt the resolution of commendation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. John, thank you so much. I'm doubling back here for just a moment because I think he actually wants to say something, which is unusual. Any, John, comments? And then I'm going to come down and present this plaque to you, and I think Jennifer wants to get a photo. So go ahead.
Just thank you all. Thank you, council members, past council members, for the opportunities, the experience, the ability to be able to do this. This has been an honor for 30 years.
All right. Thanks again.
John, Gordon Hughes once told me that if you were watching our money, we were in good hands. And I've always remembered that.
You can smile now. Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we put something together for him? Something Scott worked on?
It's for his bride.
It's not
Okay.
for public consumption.
It's a surprise, Mayor.
Yeah, well, no longer a surprise. Be prepared. You won't be an easy guy to roast, but I think some of us did our best. So, all right, the next matter in special recognitions and presentations is the France Avenue Corridor Improvement Project, and Mike Fisher from LHB is going to make that presentation for us and give us an update on what you've all probably noticed. There are fewer traffic cones on France Avenue to deal with, and that project is coming along quite well. Mike, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So I'm here on behalf of Michael Schroeder, who would be far more elegant, but I'll do my best to speak Schroeder-esque tonight as we talk about the urban design on France Avenue. And when we talk about this, and this came up, I believe, at your last meeting as it relates to the funding of some of the light fixtures. And I'm going to try and talk about urban design on France Avenue, which has been a year and a half or more in discussion in 10 minutes or so. So it's going to be very quick, very condensed. And we're going to talk about a little bit, we had stakeholder members of the community, the business community that were involved in this. We're going to talk about the goals for urban design, the streetscape improvements, staging of these improvements, and what's happening in stage 1 enhancements, and what will happen in the future. As we talk about urban design, I want to make sure, oftentimes, people use the term urban design and landscape features and streetscape interchangeably, and they really are different. Urban design is really about the connectivity and creating great places, whereas streetscape are those elements that we might place along a street. And a lot of what we're talking about when we get to light fixtures and such are really streetscape elements, but they're part of a bigger urban design strategy. So I'm going to just step back a little bit and talk about the strategy and then quickly get to the streetscape elements. So the pedestrian improvements that we've all been talking about are focusing on these continuous movements along the avenue, and of course the crossings, which are at the key streets, which are part of this project from the very beginning. We want to make the enhancements at the intersections to promote pedestrian safety and comfort, and framing these opportunities for connections between the buildings and to the corridor. So a lot of times when we talk about the private developments, it's just as important for how those relate to the corridor as we relate up and down the corridor. So if we can't have the connections from the buildings to the corridor, then the up and down movements really are pretty meaningless. And so it's these pools of human activity and what we're trying to achieve along the street that really is going to make the difference in the long term, and accommodating modes of movement other than just vehicles. I'm not going to get into this chart, but just to show part of the discussions we were having, if we look at the corridor elements along the left side, identity, function, connection, accommodation, health, and innovation, as it relates to the public realm and the private realm and everything in between. And it's the in-between where a lot of this thinking happens. We talked about at one of the meetings about the term ecotone. And ecotone is sort of that in-between place between, like you might say, before, like you could in ecology, between a forest and a field. It's that place in between where really most of the life happens, most of the activity happens. And in the sense of urban design, or if you think about along France Avenue, you might think of it as a parcel line or between public right-of-way and private property. And if you look at the upper left box, that's kind of a typical edge of right-of-way. And what we're trying to do is everything but that. It doesn't have to be that way. There can be little ins and outs, and it can get fuzzy, and it can get different, right? And so that means we only have so much property to deal with in the public realm. It's how we use all of those private interfaces to kind of fuzzy up that line or that ecotone. One of the things we talked about were precincts and patterns. There are really 3 precincts that we talked about here, from the Southdale Fairview precinct on the north the 70th Street in the middle, and the Centennial Lakes more on the southerly edge. Each one has very unique character, scale of buildings, scale of space between the buildings. So our patterns are developed from that. We can have signature elements and enhancements that and the human activity that relates to those scales and those precincts. And again, it would take a long time to get into the details. I'm just kind of giving you the background here. And then you develop the streetscape patterns that make sense for the precincts. And here's an example of the Fairview precinct. And I'll have an image coming up here soon that is a little larger. I think will help you see that. This one happens to be the 70th Street precinct. So we have different patterns of trees, different ways we would approach lighting and planters based on the precinct and, again, the scale of the buildings there. So one of the things that the group really liked, we came forward with some ideas about focusing on 3 key intersections with a different type of light fixture. One thing you think about with France Avenue, it's a big street. It's a lot of space out there. So if you just smatter it up and down with little streetscape features, they would be completely lost. It's a big environment. It's a big piece of infrastructure. So we said, let's go big or go home, essentially. Let's create at those 3 intersections something that really makes a difference, that would attract attention and signify those 3 important nodes. And so this middle fixture would be in the median, and this idea was that you'd create these light fixtures that you could actually aim. They can go in almost 360 degrees. You can spot them. And then we would have along the boulevards, we'd have fixtures that on the 70th Street precinct, where there's more pedestrian scale, a lower fixture and a higher fixture. And in some of, say, the Southdale area, the Fairview area, where it's larger scale development, you would just have the higher fixture. One of the things that came out of our meeting with one of our citizen members, actually it was Rob from Fairview, said, wow, if you're going to do a fixture like this, wouldn't it be nice if you could actually change the colors and make that a real feature? And so it was a brilliant idea. If you're going to do, these are all LED fixtures, of course you can change the colors. We're working on that technology. We're not at the point in the project yet where we have the shop drawings to review and everything, but the fixture itself has that ability to change color. I think there's only 256 million to choose from, though. So because it's LED, it's all about the frequency and how you arrive at the color. So I'm going to very quickly get to the real question that came up is, what does this look like? So I showed you what the drawing of the fixture looks like. That is indeed the fixture that's at play right now. So this is France Avenue, looking at the 70th Street intersection very recently. And so that's what it would look like with 2 of those fixtures. Now the original design had 3 fixtures. The budget calls for 2 fixtures. So it's all about flexibility, right? And so as I noted, the urban design strategy here is all-encompassing, and it shows what we want to do up and down the corridor, but part of the strategy was not to come in and build it all at one time, but to build these things incrementally when we're doing specific projects in specific locations. So the project that's happening right now affects the medians, it affects these key intersections. So what you're going to see is improvements that happen in the medians at those intersections. So these 2 fixtures, for instance, will happen, plus a foundation for a 3rd fixture that may happen in the future when budget allows. But the perennial plantings will take place now. And so what I'm showing now is just sort of fading into the future a little bit, when in future phases trees get planted in boulevards and the different boulevard projects happen. Some of the boulevard lighting that I showed earlier starts taking place. So again, it's not all happening today. And I'm just throwing an image out there where ultimately with the 3 fixture scheme, you might see what the impact that might have. And again, over time when the boulevard plantings and there are points in the medians down the street where there is room for trees, and there will be that type of planting as well. So the next steps is really developing that implementation strategy for future streetscape enhancements beyond this particular project. And really, if you think about the urban design program, it's reviewing our planning policies and relationships to the comprehensive plan. And it really comes back to what I talked about earlier. How do we create the guidance for the private realm? And we've all, been involved in reviewing projects and approving projects where we say, okay, we want the buildings to come up to the street, but it's way more complicated than that. We need to give more guidance about how that should happen and how we make that happen successfully, so we can really truly create these pools of human activity along France Avenue. And I'm just going to show an image here that Michael put in, and he said, you can use this if you want or not. And I think it really exemplifies the long-term challenge and how nothing's really easy, and we can set all kinds of standards out there. I would say the building at the corner of the northwest corner of France and 70th probably it's probably one of the best buildings we've had recently that really comes up to the street, addresses the street. But here's a case where everything was done right from the planning, the design, the approvals. And in this case, it's a tenant, and they need to run their business, but they're saying go to the other door. And maybe that's a signal of we don't have enough pool of human activity yet. Hopefully someday that happens, so businesses that are in these buildings, this will be the main door.
Right.
And that's really the ultimate goal. So there's a year and a half of urban design in hopefully about 10 minutes. Any questions?
No. Very well done.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming in. Oh, I could ask one thing, Mike. Timing on things. Do you have a sense of timing on the lighting, Mike?
That's really probably best answered by Chad.
Mayor, they're ordering them tomorrow with hope of installation in the next 8 weeks. So they're starting landscaping already on the corridor. They're going to seeding this week and landscaping to follow, and lighting by the end of October. We should have all the landscaping and lighting in place.
Good. And was the rendering of the boulevard with the landscaping, the new landscaping in place, consistent with what we ordered and what we expect to see out there?
Yep, perennials, and the median and the seeding and trees along the boulevards on the outside of the corridor. Correct.
Good, thank you. All right, that completes the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. Now we're going to move into community comment. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and address the council with a concern that is not on the agenda this evening, or raise any particular issue or have a comment? And I think you heard Ms. Benarad at the beginning. Okay. Yeah, good. You got a seat. I thought you were coming up for community comment. All right. I know you're coming up for a community comment, but not right now. All right. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the public hearing portion of the agenda. And our first public hearing this evening is a request for a temporary intoxicating on-sale liquor license by St. Patrick's Church. It's something we've seen requested over the past few years, and Chief Nelson is handling this matter.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The Church of St. Patrick has applied for a temporary on-sale intoxicating liquor license for their Oktoberfest event, which will be held on-site in the social hall on September 27th between 6:15 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. The applicants are eligible for the liquor license, and they have submitted plans to meet the requirements for a temporary license under the code, including hiring an off-duty Edina police officer for security. Historically, there have been no problems with the temporary licenses issued to this facility. I could stand for questions.
All right. Thank you, Chief. I think we've dealt with this in the past, and I don't think anybody has any questions. So it's a matter of moving to the public hearing phase of the matter. So I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and either support or oppose the issuance of a temporary on-sale intoxicating liquor license to St. Patrick's Catholic Church? Seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now, is there a motion?
Supporting the temporary on-sale intoxicating liquor license for St. Patrick's Catholic Church on September 27th of 2014.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Carried. All right. The next matter we have in front of us, public hearing number 2, involves the contemplation of the vacation of a public right-of-way portion of West 41st Street, and Director Milner has this matter.
Mayor, members of council, Chad Milner, Director of Engineering. We're here tonight to consider the vacation of the right-of-way of West 41st Street, the unimproved right-of-way of West 41st Street. So this is located west of Monterey Avenue in the northeast part of Edina near St. Louis Park. It is just east of the Susan Linden Elementary School located in St. Louis Park. The request comes from the property owner at 4022 Monterey Avenue. The area today is currently overgrown with vegetation, voluntary shrubs and miscellaneous vegetation in the area, and the property owner just wants the ability to maintain that area and not worry about city installing any infrastructure in that area. So the 30 feet of the right-of-way that they're requesting was platted with the Minicata Vista 3rd edition in 1933, located just south of the red box on this graphic. There's also an additional 20 feet of right-of-way that was part of the William Scott edition for a total of 50 feet for the West 41st Street. So the applicant is requesting that northern 30 feet of West 41st Street be vacated. The city would recommend keeping the 20-foot portion, southerly 20-foot portion for any additional utility drainage or pedestrian crossing connections in the future as we see fit. The city does have one storm sewer pipe, as shown on this graphic, cutting across that southerly 20-foot piece that we would like to keep. CenterPoint, CenturyLink Excel has no objection to this, and Comcast, there was no response. Their facilities are located on power poles on the southern right-of-way of that unimproved 41st Street right-of-way. There are previous 41st Street easement vacations, as shown in these arrows, 3 others to the east. That same 30-foot vacation was approved, very similar to the one we're looking at tonight. So in summary, the city would retain that 20-foot unimproved area of West 31st Street for drainage, utility, and pedestrian purposes in the future, and we recommend vacating that requested 30-foot and that the council approve Resolution 2014-91. I'll take questions if you have any.
All right. Member Bennett has a question for you.
Thank you. I have just a few questions. Going back to the map that you show the aerial of the vacated easements, okay, so it appears, and I'm familiar with this from on the ground as well, that the only place that access is completely blocked is the half block between the rear property lines and Grimes Avenue, correct?
Yep, that one right there.
Okay, and between Lynn and Kipling, it's the north end of the temporary inundation area for stormwater, so there is some public access that could be had on the north edge if needed. And then, of course, between Monterey and Lynn. So one question is 20 feet adequate for a pathway should there be a desire to establish one? Does it allow enough room for whatever surfacing is used plus whatever needs to be mowed or maintained on either side?
Councilmember Bennett, 20 feet is wider than what the regional Three Rivers Park Trail requires for easements. They require 12 feet to 15, so 20 is plenty of room for like a 10-foot multi-use trail if we had to in the future.
Okay, I recalled from the 9 Mile Creek Trail discussion that it was not only the 10 feet of pavement, but also a maintenance area on each side. So I just wanted to make sure that understanding that we're not contemplating a street in that location, but at some point might contemplate a pedestrian connection. Also, you pointed out the location of Susan B. Lindgren Elementary School. That actually is the playground of Susan B. Lindgren Elementary School and some playing fields to the south of the area to be vacated. Also, what is the slope? I walked by the property last night and I noted that the northern part is steeply sloped. Do you know the degree of slope and how much of the 50 feet is occupied by slope?
I don't, but to your point, the southerly 20 feet is the flatter piece of that 50-foot right-of-way. I don't know the slope of the northern piece.
Okay, and it also appears that there actually has been some clearing work already in process?
Yes, they did it a couple years ago, and they just want to make sure if they continue. They've made a sizable investment already in clearing some of that vegetation. They just want to make sure that they don't lose that investment.
And we do permit people to clear over transportation rights of way, correct?
Correct.
It's just the prohibition against putting something in ground?
Correct.
Next question, and possibly the last one, is with a vacation of easement, is then a change of grade, is the property owner then free to change the grade of that sloped area?
Maybe I'll hand that over to Attorney Knudsen on that one. I believe, there's not ownership, but I'm not sure if they can change the grade of that property.
Mayor, members of the council, they could change it unless they're creating a drainage issue or something that's in violation of a specific zoning or city code provision.
And to Director Milner's last statement, actually, if the city is vacating its easement, then the property owner does actually own that property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is responsible for property taxes on it henceforth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think that answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Director Milner at this point in time? Do we have anyone here this evening that wants to speak in favor of the vacation of the right-of-way? Joining property owner?
Population, or is
No,
the
just
person
as
requesting it?
the applicant, the proponent. Is the proponent here? Okay. All right. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding the proposed vacation of the public right-of-way for a portion of West 41st Street as described by Director Milner, that vacation right-of-way embodied in Resolution 2014-91? Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion?
I will move resolution number 2014-91.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We've got a motion and a second regarding Resolution 2014-91, which vacates a portion of West 41st Street, more definitively described legally in the resolution itself. Any further discussion on the matter? Member Swenson?
I think I agree with Member Bennett that the necessity to leave the 20 feet along there, and wish that we had done that farther down the way so that we would be able to have, these are long blocks. It would be really nice to have a cut through. So we're always careful when we vacate an easement, but I think in this case it doesn't prevent us from doing anything in the future.
No, I thought that was a good observation as well. Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2014-91 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next public hearing matter in front of us, Director Teague has this matter. It's a request for a conditional use permit to allow a first floor elevation of more than 1 foot above the existing floor elevation for a piece of property at 4603 Annaway Drive. Director Teague, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This property is located up in the Interlochen area, Rolling Green, just south of the Meadowbrook Golf Course, at the end of Annaway Drive. So look at the existing property. You see the golf course to the north. This is an area that's susceptible to flooding. There's a 100-year floodplain, as evidenced by the Meadowbrook Golf Course being closed down this summer. The applicant is proposing to tear down the existing house on this property, as shown here, labeled letter A, and rebuild a new home. And the conditional use permit is requested in order to raise the first floor elevation more than 1 foot. And again, the purpose of the raising up the home is to maintain at least 2 feet of clearance above the 100-year floodplain. So look at what the house would look like. That previous slide is from the front street. and this would be the view from the Meadowbrook Golf Course. So primary issue to consider here is, does the new home meet the conditional use permit criteria? Staff and Planning Commission believes that it does meet the criteria. First, again, the purpose is to raise the low level floor elevation 2 feet above the floodplain elevation. The existing 100-year elevation is 889. The proposal here is to raise the low level to 892, 3 feet above. The city believes that FEMA is going to be changing that elevation to 890, so they would meet the 2-foot threshold. So they're raising it 3 feet to build in that protection. The proposed home here meets all of our setback requirements, building height, etc. So there's no variances requested. We believe that the proposed new home does fit the character of the neighborhood. As you recall in the previous slide, the property is located on kind of a curve. This rendering makes it seem as if it's all straight on, but it gives you an idea of the two adjacent homes. The proposed home, because it's located on a large lot, the maximum height to the ridge line could be 40 feet. The proposal here is for a 34-foot tall structure. So they've brought it down, again, to maintain the character of the adjacent homes. And again, well within the code requirement. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the proposed conditional use permit subject to the findings and conditions that are in your staff report. With that, I can stand for questions.
Member Swenson.
It was hard for me to read the small print. What is the ceiling height of the basement interior?
Yeah, I believe it's an 11-foot ceiling. There's a 12-foot
truss
or 12-inch truss.
So
correct.
11 plus the additional foot of truss.
Correct.
And minimum in a basement is
actually 7 feet per the building code. Right.
Okay. The plans that you've been looking at lately for all of our rebuilds in the city, what is the average ceiling height?
Yeah, generally we're seeing 9 to 10 foot.
So this is a little bit
basement.
unusually taller?
A little bit taller.
Okay. Because that then moves that threshold up.
It does on the first level. I think that's part of why they're lowering the top of the roof. Again, They could go up to 40 feet to the peak.
Well, it's walkout, so it's 2 stories in the front and multiple stories in the back.
That's right.
Member Bennett,
Thank
question
you.
for Director Teague.
Yes, is that 34 feet to the midpoint, or is that 34 feet to the ridge line?
To the ridge line.
Okay, because testimony at the Planning Commission was, I think, 37 and some inches.
I can double check that. I believe it was. I can double check the plans.
Sure, and the maximum, again, the ridge height being 40.
It's 40.
So understanding that it's within that limit, just wanted the record accurate. Thanks.
We've got the architect with us too, so
Yes.
I think see her standing up back there. Other questions at this point in time for Director Teague? Member Brindle?
I don't know, Carrie, if this is a question for you or not, but I'll put it out there and then it can be addressed by the others who present. And there's a drainage easement on this piece of property, so as far as how stormwater is going to be handled and it's not impeded by this house, I will want to know that. And where the stormwater goes, whether it goes to the golf course, and just making sure that both this house will be protected and that the neighboring homes will be protected from the movement of stormwater, which we all know affects the neighboring properties because that's who we hear from. And so that I would like to hear that.
In general, the engineering department has reviewed the plans and they are supportive. They like to see the homes raised above the floodplain. This is an area that the city was out sandbagging. So they've reviewed the plans and it won't cause any negative impacts on adjacent properties, and it will definitely improve the existing conditions on the existing lot.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Otherwise, I'll ask, I think it's Ms. Alexander to come forward and possibly the Nicole and Greg Jennings as well. If they want to come forward together, they're certainly welcome to do so. sometimes we hear from the architect first and then the prospective homeowners. So, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Catherine Alexander, the architect. Greg and Nicole Jennings, the homeowners, are here, and also the builder, Denali Custom Homes, Dave Beaker. Can I clarify a couple of those questions? Basement floor level is 10 feet, not 11 feet tall. Measurement to the peak of the roof is 37 feet, 3.25 inches. We did do a stormwater plan that, like Carrie said, was reviewed by the city engineer. If you have any other questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Do you want to make a short presentation at all, Ms. Alexander? You just want to stand for questions?
Just answer questions.
Okay. All right. And any comment from the Jennings or the builder? I'll let you go next, and then
Sure.
Mr. and Mrs. Jennings will have you comment too, if you'd like. Go ahead. Identify yourself too, please.
Yes, David Beaker with Denali Custom Homes. I'm the general contractor, and one question was brought up about the stormwater easement, and that is an easement for an underground stormwater system. It's not easement for on top of the ground drainage, so I think that's important to note. The other thing that is important, that the way the house was designed was to expose more of the foundation so that we had to minimize the amount of grade change to the property to allow us to get to the front door, which is a little bit higher because of coming up from, getting out of the drainage plane. So we definitely looked at what's the current drainage, can we improve it with raising the building, and can we minimize any adverse effects to the property. That's all I have.
Member Bennett?
I believe that I heard you comment at the Planning Commission that also there is a sort of a natural bowl in the backyard, and you don't plan to change that grade, and that also means that there would be less or lessened
Yes.
risk of impact on neighbors.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
The north side of the property is actually a large hill that falls down from the golf course. The front side is raised naturally to meet the street, but the backyard is virtually pretty much flat and drains back to a small holding pond in the back. And then there's underground drainage running through the property, and all of those items back there are pretty much remaining exactly the same.
All right, folks, you may want to stand by. Mr. Jennings or Mrs. Jennings, any comment? Nicole?
We're just eager to be part of the community and look forward to building upon your approval.
Thank you. All right. This is a public hearing. If you want to just, if you could stand off to the side for just a second, that would be helpful, in case anyone wants to come forward and testify regarding this matter. I'm going to open this up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion regarding this matter, which was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission?
I will move.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit to allow a first floor elevation of more than 1 foot above the existing floor elevation that's embodied in Resolution 2014-92. Any further discussion?
I'll just note that there's a table in the document we received that talks about our setback limits and also building height, and this house stays within all of those. So I think it sits on the property nicely, doesn't push any of the limits, so nicely done.
Member Bennett?
And I just wanted to comment that I also heard the planning commissioners say that going forward, they would like to see us go back to the variances now that the legislature changed the law, and we had created this CUP as a kind of bypass during the year or so that we didn't have variances. So would like us to take that under advisement going forward. But happy to support this.
All right. Other comments? It's a beautiful home. Yeah, both from an architectural standpoint, we know you do a wonderful job. And we're going to vote, and then we may have some other quick comment here. Any other comment from council? All those in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Roll call.
And roll call, excuse me. Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Howland.
Aye. Well, this is exciting. And when I read the package, I thought, no, that couldn't be the Greg Jennings that plays for the Vikings. But as you can tell, we've got a big hearing coming up right after this matter. And we're going to screen to see who's a Packer fan, and they're not going to be able to testify. Or we're going to, at least maybe just for due process, we'll give them a minute instead of 3 minutes. And we give you a belated welcome from Green Bay here. We're happy to have you both here, and Nicole as well, and do a very nice job for them. And welcome to Edina. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I saw there's some Packer fans out here. I know who they are. All right. The next matter we have in front of us is a matter that's been working its way through our system, and it's a request for a comprehensive guide plan amendment and a preliminary rezoning from Planned Office Development 1 to PUD, and the request for a preliminary development plan for approval of the Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative proposed project, colloquially described as 66 West. Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This property is located at the intersection of Berry Road and 66, just north of Southdale. So look at the site. It's located adjacent to a couple of medical office buildings to the north, east, and west. There's multifamily housing to the north. Again, Southdale to the south. Property is currently zoned Planned Office District, POD1. That's the orange area highlighted. The maximum height on this site and in this area, the area in red here, is 12 stories. The site is guided in our comprehensive plan for regional medical uses, the area in blue here. The area is also located in an area within the comprehensive plan that suggests a potential area of change. As part of the sketch plan that the council considered, there was not a request to do a small area plan in this instance. The site exists today, the existing TCF bank building. Again, the adjacent office buildings. Property is located on an arterial roadway that's highlighted in green. So what the applicant is proposing here is to remodel the existing TCF bank building and include an expansion off the north side of the building. The use within, as proposed, would be a 39-unit housing complex for young adults that have experienced homelessness. Each of the 39 units would be considered affordable housing by the Met Council. Individual units would be about 320 to 450 square feet in size. The building would have an office within it for the counselors, et cetera, within the building. It would be a security building. There would be common areas, a fitness area, computer lab, and a laundry room. I'll just quickly go through some of the building elevations. Existing brick building. There are, the applicant is proposing 19 surface stalls to the north of the building. Based on our code requirements, 39 stalls would be required. They are showing proof of parking within this area that could park the site up to 37 stalls. So this is a two-step development process before the council. This first step is the comprehensive guide plan amendment that would allow affordable housing in addition to senior housing in the regional medical district. Currently, as a result of the project at 6500 France, senior housing is allowed within this area. Also, a preliminary rezoning from POD to PUD is requested. If the council approves this project,
They would then be allowed to come back for the second step, which would be the final rezoning to PUD, final development plan. And it would be at that time that we would draft the ordinance specific for this site, creating those new PUD standards. So just quickly to go through the site plan, as I mentioned, 39 parking stalls are required. So they would be slightly short parked. Staff has had some concerns in regard to that shortage, especially should the use turn over within the building. Some protections could be put into the PUD ordinance to address those issues. SPAC Consulting did a parking study, and it was their conclusion that the parking that's proposed here would adequately serve this use. They also did a traffic study and concluded that the adjacent roadways could be supported. In looking at the existing TCF bank building, this use would generate less traffic than the existing site. In the AM, the current use, the AM peak time, 45 trips would be generated, or are currently generated, and the proposed use would be 20 trips. In the PM, 889 trips are currently generated, and the proposal would generate 24 trips, so quite a reduction as proposed. The project would meet all of the landscaping requirements based on the perimeter of the site. They're proposing bike racks along the front. Some of those details we'd get into as part of the final development plan. This stage before the council this evening is more about the potential, the preliminary rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment. So the primary issues to consider is the comprehensive plan amendment to allow affordable housing as a permitted use in the RMD district reasonable, and is the PUD zoning appropriate? So with that, staff and the Planning Commission believe that the guide plan as proposed is reasonable. Now the Planning Commission had a lot of discussion, as I'm sure the council viewed that meeting, in regard to some of the terminology. As proposed, the language that's on the screen, which was what was suggested as part of the sketch plan review, that's what the applicant is requesting for the change to the comprehensive plan, to simply call this affordable housing. Staff has put 4 alternatives or options within the council packet to tweak that language somewhat, using different terminology, and we can get into that discussion later in the evening, but I just wanted to put that out there, that there are different options to consider. In regard to the proposed density, the proposal would be 43 units an acre, which is in keeping with generally some of our high-density residential development within the area. The comprehensive plan guides this for a range between 12 and 80 units in this district, so the density range is reasonable. The RMD district already does allow senior housing. The use here is somewhat similar in regard to senior housing, in that the trip generation here is somewhat similar. It's less than the market rate type housing with the low traffic volumes, and the unit sizes are small, similar to a senior housing complex. The applicant is proposing sustainable design principles. They would utilize the existing building. They're proposing a 15% energy saving above the state energy code. There would be a link to Metro Transit, which is just across 66th Street. There would be a reduction in pervious surface, and rain gardens are proposed as well. Some of those details, again, we would get into as part of the final development plan. And so staff also believes that the PUD rezoning is appropriate, as does the City Council. It meets the goals of our PUD in that it provides affordable housing.
I think you meant the Planning Commission.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yes, the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
With the reduction in traffic compared to the existing uses and the sustainable design principles that they're proposing, would be a pedestrian-friendly development with links to existing sidewalks. The project would provide, given its location, employment opportunities within the area for the residents. The PUD ordinance ensures that this is the project that would be built, and we can write the standards specific for this site. Again, that would occur as part of Phase 2. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the PUD ordinance, and In general, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the comprehensive plan with the suggestion to incorporate guidelines that would allow this type of facility. And again, those 4 options are presented in your staff report. With that, I can stand for any questions you might have.
Member Swenson.
Can we talk a little bit about the descriptors and the options you gave us?
Sure.
So option 4 refers to it as specialty housing with supportive services. And the definition of specialty housing may include a housing need identified in a comp plan to serve a need in the city and also meet development goals established in the PUD ordinance. Well, we haven't defined, can we, in the comp plan, we don't define right now supportive youth housing. So is that something that then you add to your comp plan if you've decided to use the word specialty housing?
We could do that. We wouldn't need to, in that affordable housing is a need that's defined within the comprehensive plan.
If we're going to do this, whether it's here or somewhere else, my biggest concern, especially in a tight lot like this, where we have a limited number of parking spaces, is the parking works perfectly for this particular use. And in the scheme of things, we're all going to assume that they'll stay here for the next 30, 40 years. But that doesn't always happen. And so when you're looking at rezoning, it's really important to look ahead with that thought. What if there's a change in the future? So I'm wondering how the language in this could be construed so that, because this is such a small, tight use, that's about the only housing that could go on here.
Right. And staff's thinking is that within the PUD ordinance, we would write the regulations specific for this site. So if someone were to change the use, they would have to amend the zoning ordinance. So in doing that, we could look at unit size or adding additional parking, maybe a parking ramp if they're going to.
Parking ramp, there's hardly enough room to drive in and turn around. So that's really, I don't think, they have a little bit of a proof of parking, but I don't think there are a whole lot of options other than tearing the building down and putting parking below it. So, Member Bennett?
Yes, Member Swenson, if you'll recall, we had faced a similar situation at 70th in France. Very tight space, and when we crafted that PUD ordinance, we were quite careful as to the uses that we permitted and specified.
Right,
and
I'm trying to get at that.
Right, but that is what I believe Director Teague is saying. We can do that without going to a definition of specialty or supportive housing, which I have seen in the correspondence has quite a particular and specific definition as provided in, for instance, the Minneapolis ordinance. And affordable housing, as defined by the Met Council, has area-wide implication applicability. It's the same term used in all Met Council communities, all 80-plus communities under Met Council governance. And so that would seem to be something that's of wider application and more common definition and understanding.
I understand it's wider and more common, but then does that then allow another kind of affordable housing to go in here that really doesn't work for the parking and the that we have? It's really more.
Well, I'll join you in your question to Director Teague. Director Teague, if we specify affordable housing, can we specify the population that it will serve?
Within the PUD ordinance, I think we can craft that so it is specific for this use. Any change in that would have to come before the Planning Commission and City Council for essentially a change to that PUD ordinance.
And so Member Bennett states that she thinks the term affordable housing is more widely viewed and used, specifically at the Met Council, than supportive housing. Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, as far with the comprehensive plan, we don't need to be as specific in that document. We get specific down at the PUD ordinance. So if the comprehensive plan allows affordable housing within this area.
Okay, I see what you're telling me. Then we flush it out at the PUD level, but not at the change we're going to make in the comp plan.
Correct.
So you gave us 4 options for the comp plan, but are you recommending an option?
If staff were to recommend one option, option 3, seemed to be a good one where we've defined affordable housing and affordable housing with supportive services. So staff would recommend option 3.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just, okay.
Sure.
On that one, in option 3, it does include the word specialty housing. So if it does, then I think we have to define it.
Specialty housing is option 4.
Yes, but it is stated in option 3 as well. In the last paragraph, it is, matter of fact, I think the last paragraph is identical in both options 3 and 4, and specialty housing appears in both.
Although it looks like a typo. It looks
it
like,
is.
it looks like instead of saying affordable housing, it says specialty housing. And that would be consistent. Option 4 is for specialty housing, and then the two parts, the descriptions and land uses, are consistent with the column under density guidelines. But in option 3, you've got an inconsistency between description, land uses, and density guidelines. And I think it's just a word choice.
Boy,
I think it's a good catch, Member Brindle, but I think it probably is a typo.
Do you understand what she's talking about?
I'm not seeing that in my
Density,
copy, so
in the
I'm wondering
density,
if
in the
I've-
density guidelines section of option 3,
Oh, yeah.
under Florida area ratio, it talks about senior housing, and then you have highlighted and specialty housing. But over in the description and land uses section, you haven't talked about specialty housing. You've talked about affordable housing.
I see that now. That should read affordable housing.
Okay.
Okay, so it should read senior housing and affordable housing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Judge.
Thank you. And if we approved a rezone of this applicant and their funding were denied, would we then have to rezone the property back?
If they were to receive final rezoning, the property would be rezoned to PUD. You'd have a couple of options. The zoning could remain. Anybody could move in with that exact same kind of use. If anyone were to want to do something different, they would have to come back before the council.
And on parking, can you just walk me through where visitors and guests are going to park, both on-site and nearby?
Jennifer, could you put the PowerPoint up? So you see this, you can see kind of a faint basketball court. Additional parking, this area could be striped for additional parking, but the idea is that the existing parking lot would support the use there. Should parking spill out onto the street or there be a need for more parking, a proof of parking plan has been provided where you could add additional stalls within this area here as an extension of the parking lot this way, up to 37 parking stalls total.
If you stripe the back of the parking lot, isn't there an amenity there? It looks like there's a circle, like a basketball court or something.
Right.
Okay, I'm seeing that right on the plan.
Yep.
So you'd have to take out the amenity in order to accommodate the parking.
They're correct.
And could they withdrawn? And on the on-street parking, then the closest on-street parking would be where?
You know, I'm not sure if parking is allowed on Berry Road here.
It's not.
It's not.
I think as I looked at the site today, the closest is just down the block, closer to the towers, is where it starts to be. There's a 3-hour time limit slot, very small, and then there's open parking about a block and a half or 2 blocks down. So the point is that getting the parking right on this is important because it's not completely adjunct to the site.
Yeah, I think if we start to see parking off-site, we would want to institute the proof of parking and have them put it in so they can accommodate on the site.
And the current parking projections include visitor traffic.
Correct.
I realize only a small percentage of the residents will have cars and there's 6 or 7 staff, but they also included visitor traffic. Maybe the applicant can speak to that traffic load as well when they're up here. Thanks.
Member Brindle, any questions for Director Teague?
No, I think I've got what I need from Carrie.
If we were to approve the preliminary rezoning from POD 1 to PUD and utilize the PUD ordinance to craft something that was particular to the site, it causes me actually to think about what we did over at Dave and Buster's. I'm trying to make sure that we don't cross the line from crafting something that would be particular to the site and move into the area of spot zoning. So how do you solve that issue? How do you walk that line on this site? What do you propose? What would staff propose the PUD ordinance look like to address this, to address the issue that Member Swenson raised about staff recommending affordable housing description be added to the comp plan, and then you can tighten down the use on a PUD ordinance so that if there's a subsequent user of the property, the use is consistent with the use that could be potentially approved.
Right, we could write in some of the existing uses that are allowed there, office type uses. So if the use were to convert to an office, they could do that. They would need to meet our parking standards. So again, that would come before Planning Commission and Council. We couldn't approve them going into a site where they're short parked. So they would have to rectify that, whether it's add parking, tear down, build a new building. They would have to address that at that time.
All right, so what about the situation where we've added affordable housing to the comprehensive plan for this particular area, this guided regional medical district, and we try to tighten it down with a PUD, but somebody comes in with a use that's consistent with what's there now, but not something that we particularly want to see there. Maybe we like the idea of helping young kids get up on their feet and get going, but we don't like the idea of a halfway house for people that are trying to shake drug habits. How do we deal with that issue?
Well, again, we'd have to tighten up the specific use here, again, as part of the PUD ordinance.
All right. What I hear you saying is that you've got confidence we could craft a PUD ordinance that would allow this type of use, and it would be difficult to have another alternative type use.
Yeah, whether I'm 100% confident that we could write an ordinance that's going to cover every scenario that's out there, probably not. But I think we could get it pretty close. You know, the council has to be comfortable with this is the type of use that you're comfortable with within this regional medical district, not only this site.
Yeah. Seems to me that guiding it is one thing, and then having the specific language that would protect the city in the long term, but allow the type of use that we supported would be the goal.
It's a challenge, just like when we're writing ordinances as simple as front yard setback requirements. It's coming up with an exact scenario that's going to cover every situation. It can be difficult.
Okay. Member Bennett and then Member Swenson.
Thank you. There is some assistance in some of the materials before us in terms of what some other communities use and then also state law. For instance, there is something called a community residential facility, a facility where one or more persons reside on a 24-hour basis under the care and supervision of a program licensed by the Minnesota Department of Health, of Human Services. And Mayor, I understand that's what you're not wanting to change guide plan for or zone for, and I think we can do that. And then there is supportive housing, which excludes those community residential facilities. So I think to Director Teague's point, I think it's in the language of both the guide plan and the zoning, the PUD zoning ordinance, that you can specify what it is and is not that you are trying to permit and not permitting.
Okay. Member Swenson.
When Eric's Ranch proposed to go into the Rembrandt Heritage Group, what changes did we have to do when they came before us for that?
That was another site where we rezoned to PUD, and it was specific for that use. It was young adults with autism. So
and that is in this regional medical zone, correct?
That's actually in the high-density residential area to the north.
Okay.
To the north of the Audio Concepts building. That's
no,
where it starts, isn't it?
It's along
well,
the cross
yeah, where
town.
does that line, but where does that line run? Sorry.
I've got a slide here that will show that.
Yep. So it's the gold
Eric's
zone, as we
Ranches,
might say.
yeah, it's up
Yep.
here in the HDR, high density residential
Thank you.
area.
All right, anyone else for Director Teague at this point in time? All right. Thanks, Director Teague. We're going to bring the applicant up, the proponent, Beacon. I think Lee Bond is here, and we had a little conversation beforehand, and we're going to take about 20 minutes to do the applicant's presentation, and then we will open this matter up for public testimony. We'll have a little conversation before we do that. So go ahead, Ms. Bond.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Lee Blons. I'm the Executive Director of Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to ask for your support for 66 West Apartments. Our architect, Bart Nelson, is here to answer any questions that you might have about the design, but I thought our time might be best spent for focusing on what I believe are the heart of the land use issues. You will make a decision today as to whether or not to grant permission for this housing development for homeless youth to happen here in Edina. It is my hope that we will convince you that we are the right developer with the right project at the right site at the right time. Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative is an experienced housing developer. We have created and operate close to 500 apartment units, the majority of which have services integrated right into the apartment building so that our tenants not only survive, but thrive. We are a collaborative of congregations that believe in the power of home, that having a place to call your own is transformative. Beacon is unique. We are an interfaith collaborative of congregations. We engage congregations and their membership in the work of social justice in their own community. We believe that ending homelessness is not some abstract hope or dream that we pray about on Sunday and forget about on Monday. We involve congregations in understanding the challenges of ending homelessness and being part of the solution. We believe it's important for congregations and their members to understand that every day our public officials make decisions that impact the lives of those in our community. We know that if each community chooses to do its part, we can, in fact, end homelessness. Congregations in Edina have been a part of our Families Moving Forward program, sheltering homeless families for over 20 years. When Edina Community Lutheran Church learned about the need for housing for young people in the suburbs that were homeless, here in Edina, Bloomington, Hopkins, nearby suburbs, they became our lead congregation in working to create this housing. And just as their faith called them to take action, many congregations have joined them and are here today. You'll hear from the Church of St. Patrick's, St. Stephen's Episcopal Church, Richfield United Methodist Church, and Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer, to name a few. I want you to know that 66 West Apartments is first and foremost an apartment building. 66 West will provide a studio apartment with affordable rent for 39 young adults who don't have a stable home. A young person who's chosen to be a tenant will sign a lease and will be required to pay rent and to follow all of the rules of being a good tenant, respecting their neighbors and respecting the property. This is not a group home or residential treatment facility. Each person will have their own studio apartment. Each tenant will have their own kitchen and is responsible for buying their own groceries and doing their own cooking. Each tenant is responsible for cleaning their own apartment and doing their own laundry. This could be quite successful as a regular apartment building. A young person would be safe and stable. They would no longer need to worry about surviving on the streets. But we want more for our young people. We don't want them to just survive, we want them to thrive. Edina has prided itself on reaching out to disadvantaged young people in your community and removing the barriers to success so that they too have an opportunity to thrive. And 66 West does just that. In addition to being an apartment building, 66 West Apartments provides supportive services for each young person. Our target population are young people in the southwestern suburbs. A young person will learn about 66 West from the Student Services Office at Normandale College, from the Oasis Drop-In Center, from the street outreach workers, that stop by Southdale Mall and the Southdale Library, and perhaps from their high school social worker. Our supportive services program will have 3 full-time staff, a program manager, and what we call 2 transition coaches, helping young people transition from the instability of homelessness to the stability of a home. Our transition coach meets individually with each young person to determine their own individual goals and to put together a strategy and resources to meet those goals. Based on our experience at Nicollet Square, we would expect that about half of the young people who move in will not have a high school diploma or GED, even though they are 18 and 19 years old. So we work individually with each young person to help them put together a plan to finish high school or get a GED. For those who have completed high school, we work with them to create a career path and encourage further schooling. I'm proud to report that 42% of the young people at Nicollet Square with a high school diploma are enrolled in post-secondary education. We work to create a culture of work, that as adults, as young adults, we work to pay rent and our bills, we work to contribute to society, and we work to create meaning in our lives. For those that move in without a job, we have a Work Fast program that provides immediate work opportunities. Our unemployed tenants average employment within 16 days of moving in. At any given time, 95% of our tenants are employed. Our tenants work in a variety of occupation, including as cooks, certified nursing assistants, YMCA staff, furniture movers, and yes, as childcare workers. Our greatest struggle is helping tenants move beyond part-time employment at minimum wage to full-time employment at a living wage. We are very excited by the proximity of this site to Fairview Hospital. Our hope is to develop a specialized employment program with the hospital and other medical providers in the area that will lead not only to jobs, but to a lifelong career. Beacon has a reputation as a responsible and responsive landlord. Like many 18 and 19-year-olds, we expect that our tenants will not always make perfect decisions. Many have grown up in families where they experienced abuse. One of the greatest gifts that we can give our tenants is help in figuring out who to trust and how to insist on being treated well. We do that through the role models that the on-site staff set and through referrals for counseling to deal with family of origin issues. And we do it with engagement through the many community volunteers who will share their community values. We also do it with establishing boundaries at our building. We will have overnight staffing that will enforce rules on guests and their behavior. And on occasion, we have terminated the lease of a tenant who's not been willing to abide by the rules. There's been a lot of back and forth about how to properly analyze 911 calls and their impact on the community. And I'm glad to answer any specific questions that you might have. But I believe that our relationship with the neighborhood associations speak for themselves. Kingfield Neighborhood Association, where Nicollet Square is located, holds a fundraiser for our youth housing in their community every year. And this past year, 900 people came. Stephen Square Community Organization, where Lydia Apartments, which is housing for chronically homeless men and women with chemical dependency and mental illness, supported the expansion of our housing in their neighborhood just recently. I also want you to know that we would be glad to create a neighborhood advisory committee with our residential neighbors and business owners to respond to any concerns. There have been a few questions about the total development cost of 66 West. 66 West has increased costs because of the amount of space dedicated to program space. The whole first floor, about $2 million. If you subtract that from the cost, it's about $200,000 per unit. I realize there's some sticker shock in believing that affordable housing has a comparable cost to other housing, and in fact, may at times even be higher. This is an issue industry-wide. The McKnight Foundation just issued a report showing that the average low-income housing tax credit project developed in the Twin Cities costs $34,000 more per unit than a market-rate development. We, too, would like to reduce the cost of the development of affordable housing. There's many things that go into that, including the cost of financing and the long period that we need to hold a property in order to secure the financing. But the cost of 66 West is not due to this particular site in Edina, nor is it due to us as a developer. Beacon develops quality housing with affordable rents. We don't develop cheap housing. Our country learned that mistake in the 60s. We don't want our housing to stand out as that low-income housing. I'm proud that we've had a number of people walk into Nicollet Square wanting to know how much our condos cost. And why this site? I want you to know that Beacon has conducted an exhaustive search for 18 months to find the right location for this housing. Beacon has expertise in multifamily housing development. We know how to evaluate potential sites for development. We began, of course, at looking at the zoning map in Edina, and as you know, the majority of Edina is zoned for single-family homes. There is very, very little zoned for multifamily housing development. We also overlaid a public transportation routes over that map, and we determined that being in the greater Southdale area was the best location for a site search. And not only is this a great location for our tenants, near transportation and jobs, but it is an area where the city has been supporting multifamily housing development, including making comp plan and other zoning changes as needed to permit that housing to be developed. Beacon hired a commercial real estate broker to assist us in searching for sites. In 18 months, we did not find a single site zoned for multifamily housing development that was on the market in Edina. So I want to say that one more time. There was not a single site zoned for multifamily housing development on the market in Edina in over 18 months. So we knew that we would need to propose rezoning and perhaps a comp plan change in order to create 66 West. We looked at a number of sites before finding this one, and we actually made an offer on another site. The site was not nearly as good as this one. It was zoned industrial and would also have required a comp and rezoning change as well. It was a longer walk to the bus stop with no sidewalks or streetlights. And that offer was rejected. We weren't willing to pay enough to get site control of that site. And we were getting discouraged, concerned that we would not find a site in Edina that we could afford and that we would need to look in another community instead. I can assure you that we followed up on any possible lead, some of them coming from you, but none of them produced a viable site. And then this site came on the market. What a perfect location. Across the street from the most connected bus stop in Edina. Being located on a busy street like 66th Street provides safety for our tenants walking home from work or the bus, and being located within walking distance of not only Southdale with hundreds of jobs, but also to Fairview, Southdale with better paying jobs and career paths, and close to the Southdale Library and the Southdale Y. From our perspective, there couldn't be a better site. And what about the price? It's accurate to say that the price was higher than we planned to spend for acquisition. As Tom Nelson testified at the Planning Commission, this site doesn't make sense for just a land acquisition. This site only works for us if we can reuse the commercial building rather than do a tear down as we had originally planned. Before we came to an agreement with the seller on price and terms, we worked with our architect to make sure that we could in fact reuse that building and reduce our construction costs. We have provided the seller with $60,000 in non-refundable option money to extend our purchase agreement to complete this land use and zoning discussion with the city, which is what brings us to you here today. Will you support the change that is necessary to allow 66 West to be developed in Edina? You have two items before you today, the change to the comprehensive plan and then the rezoning to a planned unit development. As you know, the comprehensive plan provides guidance to the city for its future development and zoning decisions. The comprehensive plan already calls for the development of affordable housing as a priority for the city of Edina. Yet there is no specific land use plan to turn that goal into action. This is your opportunity to create the policy that makes it happen. The staff and the Planning Commission are recommending that you amend the comprehensive plan to allow 66 West apartments to be developed in this area. It's important to note that by adding affordable housing as a permissible use in the regional medical district, it gives the council more leeway and discretion, not less. It gives the council the authority to allow affordable housing like 66 West if it wants to, but it does not change the underlying zoning. The council still exercises complete control over future land use decisions through that zoning process. In other words, the council could approve the PUD for 66 West tonight and never approve another affordable housing development in this area. And as the discussion took place just a minute ago, we're certainly glad to work with the city on the specific language in the PUD that clarifies the specific uses allowed for 66 West. We believe that our site is not only the best site for our tenants, but also the best site for the city of Edina. Our proposed use is consistent with the overall character of the area. As the map that Director Teague showed you, the location that we have selected is in an area of mixed-use development. It has medical offices, it has commercial, it's had a bank, childcare, it has apartment buildings and townhomes just to the north, and retail just to the south. The city has embraced the development of multifamily housing development in the greater Southdale area. Southdale 1 on York is integrating housing into an existing retail area, creating the kind of positive mix of uses that we're proposing on 66th. I think we've all learned that mixing residential, commercial, and retail is not inconsistent, but in fact creates a more vibrant community that builds synergy between the three. Approval of this site for 66 West Apartments does not preclude the future development of more regional medical office buildings. Our site is relatively small and not in the center of the district, but on the edge. And why now? We are asking you to make a decision tonight. We began the official process of land use approval with the sketch plan review in front of the Planning Commission, I believe in April. We believe that the Council has had adequate time to hear from its constituents and stakeholders about the proposed development. The timeliness of your decision will not only grant us permission to proceed, but it also increases the likelihood that we will receive capital funding from the state of Minnesota for 66 West Apartments. The staff at Minnesota Housing Finance Agency are currently reviewing proposals from all over the state to determine who will be selected for funding in a highly competitive application process. A vote tonight in favor of 66 West will be immediately communicated to them and send a message of readiness to proceed. Beacon is not allowed to change sites once we have submitted our application in June for consideration. If this site is not approved, we are disqualified and our application would be automatically rejected. Capital funding from the state is only available once a year in June. This year is particularly important for our proposal to stay in the running because the state legislature allocated $100 million for affordable housing in the bonding bill, the largest single investment of state funds in housing ever, and it is only available this year. Thank you for consideration of our proposal to create housing in Edina for young people without stable homes. I believe that all of you support the concept of what we are proposing and that you would like to see it in Edina. And for that, I am truly grateful. I can see that you too believe in the power of home. And yet your decision is not that easy. You don't have the ability to vote in favor of a concept and leave the difficult decision of where it should be located in the community to someone else. It is your job to weigh the competing and conflicting interests and to decide as a public official what is in the best interest of the community. You have a comprehensive plan that sets a goal for affordable housing. The staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval for 66 West. So we ask you, will you create the policy that makes the goal of affordable housing in Edina and turns it into a reality? Will you be the one to say yes? Will you be the one to help a young person have the power of home? Thank you.
All right, we're going to start taking public testimony. We have had other proceedings like this in the past where there are many folks in the audience that have opinions on these issues. So what we're going to do is follow a format that we've used from time to time in the past. And as Ms. Benarott said at the beginning, you'll have 3 minutes. The green light will go on, and when you have 30 seconds left, the yellow light will go on, and then we will be asking you to wrap up your comments when the red light goes on. And we want to make sure that everybody gets treated the same way, so please wrap up your remarks promptly when you see the red light go on. Now, one other thing that we're going to do from a process standpoint, we're going to have opposite points of view come up. we're going to stagger those. So we started with somebody that was that was the proponent for this matter. It's typical that we give them more time. So now we're going to start with someone that's opposed to this project, and then we'll switch to someone who's in favor of it, and we'll go back on that rotating basis back and forth until we've completed testimony. We understand most of the issues that are involved here. So I know folks want to testify. You don't have to use your whole 3 minutes if you don't want to, unless you love hanging around here with us until the wee hours of the morning. As persuasive as many of you are, that's the way it is in Edina, a lot of smart, articulate people. Unless you have something new to add, we would ask you to think about whether you need to testify or not. And that's not a discouragement. We want to have everybody make sure that their voice is heard. So feel free to do that. But just that cautionary note. So let's start with someone who now is opposed to it after we've heard Ms. Blunt.
Can I?
Sure.
Can I recommend, maybe just for simplification, that if we put those that would like to speak against it over on this podium, because people like to line up to get ready to talk, and things move a little bit easier since we have such a full audience and it's hard to get out of the middle of those seats. So if you...
We can do that as well. I think you can make it by the TV cameras or the...
So if you have something to say...
All right, so...
I'll wait.
Okay.
All right. Do we have someone who wants to speak in opposition to the proposal?
Mayor, members of the council, at a recent planning commission meeting we spent
your name and address, please.
Mark Chamberlain, 7004 Bristol Boulevard. At a recent planning commission meeting we spent many hours listening to the virtues of Beacon and what they are trying to accomplish for the homeless youth in the community. And there was no one that was speaking against the need or what Beacon was trying to accomplish. If you allow that type of comment to continue tonight, you've already addressed, Mayor, you will be here all night, as we were at the Planning Commission meeting. The real question that should be considered tonight is whether this non-medical use of the property should be allowed in an area that the comprehensive plan designates as a regional medical area. And I think the answer to that question is no. By Commissioner Stoughton's logic at the Planning Commission, helping a teenager to balance a checkbook is as good a reason to allow for a variance to the comprehensive plan as providing end-of-life care, which was the reason that was given for granting a variance to the comprehensive plan for the 6500 France Avenue Senior Housing Project, because in his mind, they both were helping people. Perhaps then we should consider a bowling alley or an auto parts store in this area as well. To my knowledge, Edina does not have either at this time, and they both would be meeting important needs in our community. The bowling alley provides for social needs of people, particularly seniors that are in bowling leagues. It also provides some physical exercise. And an auto parts store would provide people that have a need to fix their car, where they could get advice and parts to fix their car. But none of these three uses have anything to do with medical care. And none of these three should be allowed in the area for that reason. The fact that Beacon has spent 18 months looking for a site does not justify our comprehensive plan being changed for their benefit at the expense of other adjacent business owners that have invested in their business because they were in a regional medical area. Southdale waited over 5 years to fill the Merwin space and over 3 years to fill the Maggiano space. I'm sure they could have filled that space sooner if they would have put a clothing store in there instead of a restaurant. But it would not have fit in the row of restaurants that they had. So tonight I respectfully ask that you deny the request as you would if their proposal before you tonight was for a bowling alley or for an auto parts store. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Yes, sir.
My name is Ed Shuck. I'm an interloper from Wyzetta, although we went to church at Christ Church
and was the former chairman of the Eden Prairie Planning Commission on the 9 Mile Watershed. And so I'd like to point out to the Edina Council, you are part of a Western Metro.
We need your specific address, Mr. Shuck.
395 Lake Street West.
Thank you.
And we have spent, Judy and I, our life and Christian life at Christ Church, and we thought Roger would maybe be here tonight because certainly the community has always embraced helping their fellow people. And if we don't think that helping teens, and we talk about maybe having a bowling alley, how about kids that end up on drugs? We can help do something about that. So I want to point out you're part of a regional network. I was a planning commission chairman in Eden Prairie where we took in the Humphrey home and the residents screamed. And we took an ABC, which was an Edina developed process that brought in troubled youth. And the last point was I was at Wayzata and at a meeting where IOCP had a piece of land, and our Wayzata compatriots said, we must turn that into, we can't make that rental property. Well, Wayzata and Edina have two common threads. You have great transportation. You have a need, in my opinion, to communicate and participate with the rest of the metro suburbs. You're not just an island. See, I grew up in South Minneapolis in the 40s and 50s, and we thought that we needed a pass to get into Edina. It was so exclusive. Well, there's other communities that are more exclusive than you are. So you have a role to play, and you need to endorse. Beacon is a wonderful organization. You'll never get a better offer. And to think this could be a bowling alley or an auto parts store, get serious. It's the NIMBYs, not in my backyard. So I want to just point out that Edina not only, I think, has the need to provide this opportunity, but it's part of a bigger organization. If Edina doesn't want it, well then, should we send it to Chanhassen? Or maybe send it to Wilmer? Because we can't afford to have those people in our backyard. So I'm going to say, you have a big responsibility here tonight. And you're not an island anymore. You actually border Eden Prairie. We haven't had a range war yet. And so I'd like to see you actually take up your responsibilities and provide this for a very good group, and Beacon couldn't be a better partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shuck.
No, can I speak to something? The whole point of having people be able to come up here and speak, Ed, you can sit down. This isn't directly at you.
Talk to me.
No, we're not talking to you. We're talking to the group.
you. I'm talking to the
Mr. Shuck,
group.
please sit down.
Is that everyone is free to get up and say something, and that someone doesn't get up right after them and make fun of language that they've used. So I think it's really important for us as a community to encourage people to feel comfortable getting up to talk about whatever side they want. And I want you to think about that when you talk, because if we're going to be an open community that welcomes all, we better darn well start in this room. Thank you.
Yeah, we will. This council will not countenance any sort of outburst, whether it's clapping, cheering, booing, anything like that. So let's be respectful of everybody's opinion in this room as we go through this process of trying to exercise our responsibilities as members of the Edina City Council. All right. Yes, ma'am.
I hope I'm at the right podium because I'm not really for or against. My name is Ruth Lorden. I live at 6453 Berry. And excuse me, but I do have to say that that is my backyard. This property will be put in my backyard. And I'll admit it, at first I was very afraid. I was misinformed. I'm not having such bad feelings about it. But, and I do have feelings. I'm a professional psychic, and that's what I do. I am concerned, and perhaps you all can answer this to me. We, at this time, without you guys being there, I'm in the cul-de-sac where from your new building, from 66, and I love the name of your project, they can walk from there, people walk from there, the medical building, right through my cul-de-sac. As it is, I would say about 5 times a week right now, people are wandering through, and you never know what's going to happen. I have to keep locking my doors now, and I have to keep putting my car in the garage. I'm concerned about what kind of security you're going to have. I was 19 too, and I was wild. I'm 66 years old, so I was 19 in the LSD generation. So, let's face it. I want to make sure that people aren't going to be crashing on our lawn like they do now. Making sure, I don't care about the noise, the parking in our neighborhood is abominable. We do not have enough parking as is when people have a guest or anything, so we want to make sure that you guys are going to have the parking that we're going to need. And those are really my concerns.
All right.
I think it's great you're going to help the kids, I'll donate, but I want to make sure I'm safe.
Thanks, Ms. Warden, and we'll address those at the end of the hearing. Senator?
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Melissa Franzen, and I live on 6216 Maloney Avenue in Edina. I'm here to testify both as a resident and also as a state senator representing Edina in the state legislature. I am proud of our community tonight to have this public conversation on homeless youth. This issue is not only a local issue impacting our cities, but it's also a state issue. This is why this past session, the Senate Bonding Committee made housing one of its top priorities, visiting numerous sites around the state and hearing multiple projects during our bonding tours. This past legislative session, the state of Minnesota invested $106 million to address homelessness. $80 million in housing infrastructure bonds, $20 million in housing rehab bonds, and $6 million to the Dorothy Day Center homeless shelter. The Homeless Youth Act was also funded. In 2013, we passed a bill that appropriated $2 million a year. In 2014, we added an additional $1 million. And starting in fiscal year 14, the Homeless Youth Act will receive $3 million a year. That is $6 million a biennium. The Act creates a grant program for emergency shelters, drop-in services, and other youth homeless services across the state. This historic focus on homelessness was helped by the fact that for the first time, the many different groups that support housing for the homeless came together and made a united pitch. We have never given this effort anywhere near this kind of attention and investment. I have supported these efforts as co-author of the Homeless Youth Act, and I have also authored legislation to grant the City of Edina the authority to create a tax increment finance housing project to be built with 20% of the units fitting the affordable category instead of the customary 40%, and to use the existing Southdale TIF district to contribute to this new, but to my understanding, still unidentified affordable housing development. As you well know, it was not easy, but this is legislation is a tool in the toolbox for assisting the city in reaching its affordable housing goals set in 2008 to create 212 affordable units in the next decade. I know the city understands how difficult it is to meet that goal, recognizing the value of land in Edina is cost prohibitive for building new affordable housing. That is why we need to take into consideration the fact that all 39 units at 66 West would count toward meeting the city's goals. There's a growing understanding that when we all come together to solve a public crisis like affordable housing, we are stronger. I'm here today. I think the state of investment is only the beginning. I'm here today to ask the city to promote smart public policy that supports young people to find their ladder up. The 66 West proposal does just that. I urge your support and thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Rose Miner with Step by Step Montessori School, 6519 Berry Road, 150 feet from the proposed site for 66 West. I have worked with the Montessori School at this address for over 40 years. We provide care for over 150 children in this location every day. Step by Step has contributed to the academic success of thousands of children in Edina. I support the idea of this project. If we can help young adults become more productive in our society, everyone wins. We will hear from many people tonight talking about the merits of this program. The merits of this program are not in question. The discussion is whether or not the city of Edina will change their comprehensive plan and rezone this property. I've had a chance to help thousands of families making schooling decisions for their children. I can say rezoning this property will impact our organization. Parents already get frustrated with the lack of parking. An additional variance will only make the problem worse. We are in the process of designing improvements to our building. Unfortunately, we've had to put those improvements on hold and reconsider those investments if the project is approved. Tonight, you are here to decide whether or not to make a major change to the city's long-term vision for the area, something that could impact this area for decades. My question to you is, are you sure? Have you taken enough time to answer all the questions? Have you considered all the available options? Have you defined what type of housing this is? Do you have all the necessary code or ordinances in place to address a new definition of housing in the city? Have you looked at what other cities, Minneapolis and Rochester, are doing with multi-housing? I think everyone will agree moving forward without some specific definitions around what this project is and how it impacts the local ordinance puts everyone in a difficult situation, especially the people making investments in this community. At the August 13th Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Carr said it best, and I agree. This is a very commendable project. I'm not morally unfit because I do not recommend it. In summary, she said, it's not consistent with the RMD. Its housing's not intended by the comp plan. Senior housing is different. Adjacent neighbors have valid concerns. There is no potential negative impact to neighbors in the investments made. There is potential.
I need to have you wrap up, Ms. Miner.
Don't think we planned for it. Don't think it's the right site. Have you as a city council
Thank you, Ms. Miner.
addressed
I've let you
comments?
drift over already, so
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Miner.
Good evening, and thank you for your hard work. My name is Dr. Bill Davis. My wife and I have lived in Edina since 1992. Our current address is 6616 Cornelia Drive. Meredith graduated from Edina High School. My parents, my brother, my mother-in-law, and son all have had homes in Edina. I'm also a business owner in Edina. I have a practice as a psychiatrist in child and adolescent psychiatry, as well as adult, at 6525 Drew Avenue South, the Drew Professional Building, just 2 blocks down from the proposed 66 West project. Meredith and I are also members of the Edina Community Lutheran Church, and clearly we value what Edina has to offer, and we're very grateful for the opportunity to live and work here. I support the 66 West project. I'm a business owner as well as a resident, and I'm very concerned, as we all are, about crime, about drug use, about violence everywhere. But to be concerned and not proactive, in my mind, is futile. Research has shown that a stable living environment, education, opportunity are the best ways to promote growth and diminish crime. Unfortunately, there are homeless youth among us. If we ignore that fact, it doesn't go away. It grows. If we address this difficult issue in a positive way, such as the 66 West project, and with Beacon behind it, these people have an opportunity for stable, supportive housing, allowing them to attain a higher level of education, therefore increasing their earnings as well as making contributions positive to our community. We know these youth are already here in our area. Wouldn't we rather see them in housing, progressing in their lives, rather than struggling on the streets? With 66 West Project, we have an opportunity to provide these things for young people in need. In fact, I believe we have the responsibility as well as the means and the opportunity to support not only these young people in need, but also to share this responsibility with other communities in the metro area. Not only will these young people benefit, but our community, I do believe, will be benefited as well. I respectfully and strongly urge you to cast a positive vote for the 66 West Project, and again, I thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. My name is Mike Nelson. I live at 5329 West 61st Street, and I own a property at 6500 Xerxes Avenue South. I've been a resident of Edina for 35 years. Like most of the building owners, I'm a strong proponent of affordable housing, and I support the efforts and concept of Beacon Interfaith in trying to help homeless youth in our west suburbs. It is a worthy cause and troubling to most of us that we need to find a way to shelter these young people. But this isn't about Beacon. This is about the best use of this property. To rezone the TCF site seems counter to what the corridor is developing into or will as time goes on. The City of Edina, working with developers, will no doubt continue to develop that corridor with high-density uses that are consistent with the proximity of Southdale Fairview Hospital, Southdale Medical, and other growing medical facilities. To put a two-story building in the midst of that medical corridor seems to me out of place. Also, if you look at the cost of this, $250,000 per unit, there are fair market apartments being built in Edina right now that cost between $150,000 to $200,000 per unit, with a square footage of over 1,200 square feet. That tells me that you wonder if this is a wise use of resources. Several Edina real estate owners, including Tom Nelson, have offered their services to help them secure a site that is more suitable to their needs in Edina. Oftentimes, property that is available isn't listed for sale. So sometimes it takes the expertise of people that work in that business within Edina to secure properties like this, whether they're zoned for multi-housing or if they need to have a special variance like this one. Emotions run high for a project like this. Let's not let emotions get in the way of our leadership making intelligent decisions that would possibly interfere with what will be a very successful and thriving regional medical district consistent with the 2008 comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Mayor Hovland and council members, my name is Ann Svenningson. I live at 301 Clifton Avenue in Minneapolis, although I once lived in Edina as co-pastor of Edina Community Lutheran Church. Thank you for the chance to speak. I serve now as Bishop of the Minneapolis Area Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, a synod which is actually the largest in the ELCA in terms of members and is in an area which includes Edina and several other parts of this city. Tonight's conversation is clearly not about whether affordable housing is the right thing to do. Edina has already committed itself to that. It is the right thing, but I also believe it's the right time. First, and this is partly what I can bring to the conversation, it is quite remarkable that a host of congregations, Lutherans, Episcopalians, Methodists, and others, are key partners in this proposal. You need to know that this is no small achievement. It isn't every day that we have so many faith communities and other partners coming together for a common purpose, leaders who stand here tonight ready and poised to make a difference in the lives of young people. And for my mind, it's hard to imagine a better organization than Beacon to lead this project. Its facility, Nicollet Square, just a few miles south of our synod office, is an incredible success story. In the church, we talk about such a coming together of goodwill, resources, expertise, need, and opportunity as a kairos moment, an opportune time. Who knows when the next time will come for Edina to respond so powerfully to a need that you have already committed yourselves to address? Who knows when that time might come? I kind of think it's a kairos time. I have a friend who works at a high school in a southwest suburb that would be served by 66 West. 2 days before the SAT test, a promising student was kicked out of her home. She said she planned to sleep in her car the night before the test. I remember, as I'm sure many parents in this room remember, how we made preparations for our children to take the SAT test, snacks prepared, early bedtimes enforced, numerous pencils sharpened. Parents, and all of us perhaps tonight, our energy can go to that young woman sleeping in her car and others like her, so that all young people may know a stable home and a strong start. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bishop.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to express our views here this evening.
Sure.
I'm Dr. Elizabeth Bryden. I'm the medical director and owner of Advanced Dermatology and Cosmetic Institute at 6525 Berry Road. We share the north property line with the proposed development. I have previously lived in Edina for over 26 years at 4705 Woodhill Way, and I've been a business owner at this address, 6525 Berry Road, for the past 17 years. We are a small business, a private dermatology clinic employing 24 skilled workers, most of them women. We service patients of all ages, including an extensive amount of teenagers who have severe low self-esteem due to their acne. There's no question that we are in support of the much-needed housing for the homeless teenagers, but not at this location. We are honored to be part of one of the state's premier medical districts, and we need the city to preserve our regional medical zone. This area was created by our thoughtful city leaders for a reason, and the regional medical district has been highly successful for the city, all of its citizens, and the medical community. So to deviate from the city's comprehensive plan and approve a rezoning for a supportive or affordable housing development at this location, especially in the center of this medical zone on a main artery, would preclude further development. I have already experienced several detrimental experiences from this proposed development, in that I've had two physicians who were thinking of joining me. They've heard about this. They're going to postpone their employment until they find out what's happening with this proposed development, because they want to be in a reputable medical district. Also, with the lack of confidence that this could instill by doing a potential spot zoning for this development, this will erode the confidence and the investment in the area, and we have a great need for developing new medical sites and services, especially with the aging population. Also, we need to preserve the investments in there and prevent this area from becoming a, quote, dead zone. We have a very unique medical facility here, unlike any other in the state, except for possibly at Mayo Clinic. People feel comfortable going here. There's extensive medical services that you can get almost the best medical care anywhere can provide. In looking for a site, my husband and I spent over 3 years looking for a site, which is over twice as long as what Beacon did. We mortgaged our home to start our clinic 17 years ago, and we've significantly invested. We've invested over $2 million in the site, and we've paid over $500,000 in property taxes for this. We're actually going to try to improve the exterior of our building, and with a $150,000 renovation, which we've put on hold because of the potential impact of this. So with that, I would highly encourage you to not get caught in the emotion of all the well-being in trying to support these homeless teenagers, but to really look at alternative locations. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hi, my name is Thomas Stone. I live at 3710 Nicollet Avenue South, apartment 204. I am for the 66 West apartment building simply because I was a youth that grew up in foster care who was homeless a lot of my life, and to get a shot like this is giving us another opportunity at life in itself. It shows us that people care about us, and that is willing just to give us another shot of, okay, now it's responsibilities times. I feel like it is important to build this building simply because we grew up not having people care for us, lack of motivation. So when we say, hey, here go the keys to your apartment, here go the paycheck to your job, that builds us motivation. That makes us go harder and go stronger, and make us go out and search for better and more with education. So yes, I am in favor of 66 West. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Hi, my name is Tom Nelson, and I live in the Kenwood-Lowry Hill neighborhood of Minneapolis. And right in our neighborhood where we live, I've said this before, and I've said this to all of you, but my wife and I are strong supporters of a homeless shelter that provides similar services to what Beacon is looking to provide. And I'm really hopeful that whether it's tonight or down the road, that we can find a great spot for Beacon to do a project like this in the city of Edina. I also own the property that's immediately east of the subject site, and as guided in the comprehensive plan, ourselves and our tenants have invested millions of dollars to create a medical use and a commercial use. And prior to that, we had been involved in assembling parcels as guided in the regional medical district to do as asked to maximize the use in Edina. That activity got put on hold during the Great Recession, but it's back. Ryan Companies is now managing the buildings on the corner of 66th and York, and they're talking to the neighboring owners, and they're pursuing a development there, and they're closely watching what's happening here tonight. The Beacon process, they've noted that they took 18 months. Their brokers did provide a letter that said they were hired in June of 2013, and in April of 2014 they were standing for sketch plan review. That's 10 months. I believe they did spend about 6 months before looking on their own, but whether it's 10 months or 18 months, either way, in the real estate development business, which is complicated, that's light speed. And I think what was missing from their site search specifically was an engagement of a public-private partnership. They weren't out looking for a site armed with the tools that you all have, that the business community has, to help offset the high costs of affordable housing development. And affordable housing development is expensive. And it's really expensive when you're coming into Edina without those tools in hand. And what we're asking you for tonight is to give Beacon a better chance to succeed in front of the MHFA in October. There are 117 applicants in with $253 million worth of requests for $100 million of grants. And Beacon's in there with a yet-to-be-defined use for the site. They're in there at a cost of 20 to 30% greater than the average cost of MHFA properties of similar type, and that was given to us by the MHFA. And they're in there spending $59,000 a unit for their site. 7200 France spending $28,000. Lennar is spending about $30,000 for their site. The average Beacon site, their last 3 projects, $21,000. That was their average cost. Now they're at $59,000. And I don't know that we're giving Beacon its best chance. So what have we offered to you all? We've offered to help them. We've offered numerous sites. We've found another listing near Southdale that needs to be pursued. And we would like to continue that offer, and we'd like to do it with the tools afforded to you, afforded to developers to help offset the costs and to help them find the best sites. So we're hoping that you all will see fit to continue this matter for at least 60 days so we can go out there and try to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your service to the community. My name is Mikkel Beckman. I live at 5332 Fremont Avenue South in Minneapolis. My daughter, who's a high school senior, works in Edina, and my family seems to spend most of my money in Edina. But I am here tonight in my professional capacity as the director of the Office to End Homelessness for Hennepin County. And I am here to speak in favor of this project at its proposed location. Homelessness really is a creation of public policy decisions at the federal level that date back to the 1980s. And ever since then, nonprofits, faith communities, business leaders, local units of government, and ordinary citizens have been left to really grapple with homelessness in our midst. Certainly in our community, we've had widespread homelessness since that time. We have banded together, and 7.5 years ago, we created Heading Home Hennepin, the 10-year plan to end homelessness in our community. And it is the charge of my office to lead in the coordination and the promotion of the benchmarks and the plans to end homelessness in our community. With regards to homeless youth, we did have a series of benchmarks. We've hit all of them except one, which was the goal of creating 648 units of housing, of apartment living with the right support services for youth in our community. To date, we have created 296 units. The Great Recession certainly has had a major impact on the ability of our development partners to build this type of housing. Things are picking up again, thankfully, and thanks to the leadership of the state legislature, we have more funding this year to get to our goals. The topic of youth homelessness has been analyzed and studied both locally and around the nation. We know what the best practices are to end youth homelessness and to give people a launch into their futures, and that is exactly what is being proposed tonight. This is exactly in line with nationally known best practices and local best practices, and certainly what Hennepin County would like to see developed, especially in suburban Hennepin County. We have in the southwest, in the communities surrounding the southwest corner of Minneapolis, a problem with youth homelessness that is growing in Bloomington and Richfield and Edina and St. Louis Park and Hopkins, certainly. We do point-in-time counts of youth who are experiencing homelessness, and our last point-in-time count showed 459 youth struggling with being homeless, and several hundred of those coming from suburban Hennepin County. Half of those youth were in shelters or transitional housing programs, 45% were doubled up or couch hopping or jumping around, and 5% were living outside. When we don't provide this kind of housing for our young people, their future gets very bleak. They end up being those chronically homeless adults you see in our detoxes, in our jails, in our emergency rooms, and standing by the side of the road with signs. What you don't see is the vast majority of homeless now who are children under the age of 12 with their parents. They're in school, their parents are working, but they are in our shelter system. Youth are very special in that they still have hope and they still want a future, and they have left their homes because they have been usually kicked out of them or had to leave because of violence. And so this
Beckman, I need to have you wrap up.
This is the option, and it's a perfect location, in our opinion, as the Office to End Homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman.
Mayor Hovland, members of council, good evening. My name is Bob Long. I'm a partner at the Larkin Hoffman Law Firm at 7900 Xerxes Avenue, just down the road from you folks. And just a quick note, personal note, once upon a time, I think some of you know this, I used to be on the St. Paul City Council, so I've sat on your side of the table in these complex matters, and once upon a time I used to be a city attorney for about 8 years for a number of suburban cities, and so I kind of appreciate the complexity of the issue you're dealing with. You've got a major, very important cause that nobody denies is important for the city of Edina, and you've got a major community support to find a site for this beacon project. But I guess I'm here to say, and we represent, by the way, the Advanced Dermatology Cosmetic Institute and the Advanced Skin Therapeutics Clinics, and you heard from Dr. Bryden earlier. I think the issue is not about whether we should support the project, it's rather this site makes sense. And it doesn't. I'm going to give you 4 really good reasons why I think it doesn't. One is a purely public policy reason, and I could tell you the mayor of Rochester is a good friend of mine, as he's, I'm sure, a mayor of your mayor. And, you know, I think Edina truly has one of the most premier medical districts in the state, probably next only to the Rochester Medical District. And I can tell you without hesitation, they would not be having this discussion in Rochester about rezoning the medical district for any particular use. So this is not against Beacon, it's just simply maintaining the integrity of the regional medical district, which is a huge, huge advantage to Edina. I think there's some letters you've received, there's major developers, I won't name names, I think you know the names, looking at investing in that community now after the Great Recession is over. And this rezoning would put a complete stop to that, frankly, because not only would it be bad policy, erode the confidence in the investment side, but the particular location of the parcel would completely work against the 10-acre minimum that is needed to get into the rezoning in medical district. So that's number one. Number two, and there's really kind of three parts to this legal issue, and I'm just going to do it real quickly. I think one of the issues you're really facing here is the definitions. I think you're still struggling with the definitions. And I'm looking at the four options, and not one of them, in my opinion, really is helpful to you, because I disagree with your director. If you allow affordable housing in the broadest sense, or affordable housing with supportive services as a definition, and then you rezone this site with PUD for this particular project, and it doesn't go through, there will be other entities that want to come in. And then you will be looking at what St. Anthony's looking at this week with the federal government involved because of discrimination against other uses. And you can't do that. So that brings the next point up, really. I got to tell you, this is really, I think, given the discussion at the Planning Commission tonight, it's clearly an example of spot zoning. And you cannot rezone for a particular project, and then if we don't like it, we're going to rezone it back. And we can't have a discussion about we like this use but not that use. Once you create the category of use, you got the use. And there's in my letter, AmCon Corporation versus City Egan lays out that definition very carefully. I'm just going to read you the one quote: reclassification of a small area of land in a manner that is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood for the benefit of the property owner and to the detriment of others is spot zoning. That's what our Minnesota courts say.
I need to have you wrap up. I'd like
I will,
you to drift
Mayor,
over.
thank you. So I do think
thank you.
If the council were to go forward and rezone, I think it opens up
Mr.
some
Long.
really serious can of worms legally. We'd encourage you to
Mr.
lay
Long,
over and study the
Mr. Long,
definitions.
I need to have you wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Hovland and council members. My name is Jen Augustin. I live at 5000 Arden Avenue in Edina with my husband and two daughters, and we are members of Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer. I'm so proud to be here to support the 66 West project. You are considering a very important opportunity for Edina tonight, and I thank you for listening to all perspectives. To me, 66 West fits perfectly with Edina tradition for two main reasons. First, Edina is a great place for youth. I grew up here, and I've chosen to raise my kids here for this reason. Our community is known for excellence in education, for programs and activities that help develop our youth, for programs like A Better Chance, which has supported students of color with educational opportunities for over 40 years. Edina supports its youth. 66 West gives us an opportunity to take this tradition to the next level, providing support for all youth. Imagine what a powerful message this will send. Second, Edina is a community that stands together. 4 years ago, my family lost our home in a gas explosion on the corner of 50th and Arden. This was an incredibly stressful time, but this community had our back. We were supported by our neighbors, by our school, by members of the community whom we'd never met. This community showed us then, and continues to show it whenever tragedy hits close to home, that it's an Edina tradition to support each other. Let's show that this support extends to everyone. I want my kids to know that they're growing up in a community that supports all youth. By approving this measure, you can send a clear message that our Edina tradition is to support all youth. If you do not approve the measure, what message will this send to my kids about our values? What message will that send to surrounding communities who look to Edina as a leader? I've visited Nicollet Square. It's a clean, secure, beautiful apartment building with motivated young adults trying to get their lives started. Unfortunately, there are youth in our community who do not have a place to call home. But we have the right place at the right time and with the right partner, Beacon Interfaith Housing, to demonstrate our Edina traditions. I encourage you to support this important opportunity.
Thanks, Ms. Augustin.
My name is John Crane. I live at 5610 Woodcrest Drive in Edina, and I'm neither for nor against this project, but I do have a couple of questions that I would like to ask maybe the Beacon folk that could help me out. Pastor Eric Strand wrote a very nice letter to the Star Journal, today's paper, in which he cites the Wilder research studies. And in the Wilder research studies, they say that, which is about the homeless metro youth in the area, they're saying that 52% have serious mental illnesses and 36% have chronic physical health conditions. And besides putting a roof over the head of the homeless, are the Beacon people prepared to deal with the serious mental illness issues and the chronic physical health conditions? And I have a copy of the report that I can leave with you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane.
Clerk would be great.
You're going to hand it to the clerk, and then we'll get those questions answered after the public hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Crane. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Thompson. I live at 5500 Benton Avenue. My neighbor, who has lived in Edina for the past 25 years, used to have a typical life of a stay-at-home mom. Once married with 3 girls ages 6, 13, and 15, her world changed dramatically when her husband unexpectedly died. Being a single parent overnight was challenging, but slowly, as her savings depleted, within a year she had gone from middle-upper income to poverty status. Going on medical assistance, food stamps, and getting food from the food shelf was humbling for her, but she knew she had to do everything she could to provide for her girls. She also knew that she needed to stay in Edina. Edina was where her daughters had gone to school since preschool. It was where all of her friends were. Thanks to scholarships offered for youth classes at Edina Community Ed and sporting organizations, her girls were still able to participate in their after-school sports and activities. Through the schools, their family was able to get a computer and internet, and Edina Give and Go was able to make it possible for her girls to participate in activities that didn't offer scholarships. Even with her college degree from 25 years earlier, she was only able to find low-paying employment. There were times when she was late with her rent, especially if some unexpected car expense came up. Her landlord, a lifetime resident of Edina, was patient with her in her times of need, in spite of the ripple effect it had on him, since her rent helped pay his mortgage. The reason why he was so patient with her was simple. He was concerned for the well-being of their family. There came a time, however, when she lost her job that she felt extremely behind in rent. On top of it being the month of December and not having a clue how she was going to pull off Christmas, she had to come up with overdue rent money fast. She reached out to VEEP, Volunteers Enlisted to Assist People, of Edina, Richfield, and Bloomington, as well as her church in Edina. She felt like she had experienced a Christmas miracle when VEEP was able to give her half of what was needed for rent, and her church not only gave her the other half, but additional money to buy Christmas gifts for her girls. Some of her neighbors even broke into her house when she went out for a walk and put a number of wrapped Christmas gifts for her and her girls under the tree. Edina has received the award for Best Place to Raise Children on a number of different years, and after observing the experiences of my neighbor, I can see why. The meaning of it goes deeper than great athletic opportunities, academics, arts, and park systems. Edina is about helping all youth, not just the financially privileged youth, become the best that they can be. Recently, I had to bring my neighbor to the ER because she had broken her thumb while trying to help her youngest make a birdhouse. She was so grateful that I chose to stay with her at the hospital. As we were chatting on the drive home, she expressed to me that her greatest fear in life was if she were to die before her girls grew up. With her husband gone and no family members left, she knew that if she died, her girls would probably end up living in foster homes and possibly be separated from each other.
Lisa, I need to have you wrap up. If
Okay.
you want to make your final point, would
yes.
be good. Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Well, not every child is lucky enough to have a porch light left on for them or even a home. With a place like West 66 Apartments, Edina has a chance to light the way for many homeless youth right here in our community.
Thank you. Folks with concerns on the opposition side? Got some more? Somebody coming?
Yep.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rita Babcock. I live at 12500 Briarwood Terrace. I have a couple things that concern me. I have 5 grandchildren, 4 boys that are teenagers, one's in college, and one with severe Asperger's. There are hundreds and hundreds of homeless children out there. We're talking about 39 at the cost, not just $200,000, over $200,000 for an efficiency apartment. My question is this. You have realtors that are saying, I can find you sites where you can take that money and maybe house 100 homeless children. Now you're talking about 39. It doesn't make sense to me. The second point, and I'll make it brief, I've worked for 17 years at Advanced Dermatology as the nursing supervisor. This is a point no one has brought up. We're a little bit strapped for parking right now. How are you going to monitor the parking space? We've already made it clear you cannot park on the street. You'll have to take down the basketball court, etc. if you want. How are you going to monitor that? The next point is we work late at night. We have late nights. That's a very isolated area out there. The business is closed, the daycare closes, and it is black out there. How are you going to monitor that? No one addresses it. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Floyd Grable. I reside at 4817 Wilford Way. I've been an Edina resident for 26 years. When I addressed the Planning Commission recently, I reflected on my 9 years of service to that commission and my experience there. And I made 3 points which I wish to reiterate. First, we in the city have tended to pay lip service to the concept of affordable housing. In proposals that come before the city, it has been a struggle to wrestle from the developers affordable units. 66 West is entirely affordable. Secondly, much has been said about that this will damage the neighborhood. Meteors will fall from the sky and dogs and cats will live together. This is the parade of horrors that always accompanies change proposals, change-making projects. As I said then, the parade never occurs because good projects make good results. 66 West is a good project. Thirdly, as to the what ifs and if only Beacon had found another site, if only we have 6 more months to look for another site. The fact of the matter is that development proposals come to the city as they are. There was no other place and no other developer came forward for this parcel. 66 West is what is before you, and it will go away if you turn it down, and that will be a shame. Finally, 3 additional points. Well, there seems to be some confusion, and there has been some confusion about what affordable housing is. The comprehensive plan does contain a concise and understandable definition. 66 West will meet that definition. Secondly, as I reviewed the plan in preparation for this meeting, I was struck by the fact that so much emphasis is placed on the need for affordable housing. Chapters 4 and 5 dealing with land use and housing place great emphasis on that need. 66 West moves the city towards that goal. Thirdly, and more importantly, the plan document itself supports the changes contemplated. Section 4.1 calls out the need for flexibility. To quote, to be a useful day-to-day decision-making guide, the land use plan must be adaptable to unanticipated changes and also be specific to current conditions and issues in the city. In order to balance these goals, it will be necessary to closely monitor and update the land use plan on a regular basis. In addition, the implementation section in Chapter 12 calls out the need for short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies for dealing with affordable housing issues. In conclusion, the need is real, the location is ideal, transportation and jobs are close by. And above all, the city's goals can be advanced, and above all, it is the right thing to do. So I ask that you please support 66 West.
Thank you, Mr. Grable. Anyone else in the outer area that wishes to come forward and address the council with regard to any concerns they might have about the proposal? All right, we'll keep going over here.
My name is Lauren Morswent, 1449 Frankson Avenue in St. Paul. I'm also a diaconal minister serving Edina Community Lutheran Church. First, I really want to say thank you. Over the past 3 years of seeking to build youth housing, if I've learned anything, it is of the deep commitment that all of you and the city staff and the Planning Commission have as public servants, dedicating to hearing your constituents and giving an unbelievable amount of time behind the scenes to make unbiased decisions about what best will serve our community. Please hear why I believe approving 66 West is what is best for our community. Affordable housing experts say that the most difficult part of development is community support, and I am proud to say that that has not been the case in Edina. During dozens of presentations, including to the Rotary and condo associations, the Edina Community Foundation, to schools and congregations, we have been overwhelmed with support. When I reveal the location, they interject, "That's perfect, so close to jobs, right on the bus line." If you approve 66 West, please know that you have broad support from your constituents who know that it is both needed and that this is the best place for it. Indeed, it is the only place. The hardest part of taking the concept of 66 West and turning it into reality has been finding land. We started looking in January 2013. We met with the associate city planner who identified neighborhoods where land might be. We hired the commercial experts from Edina at Cushman Wakefield, and then for months I'd get addresses and drive by potential properties, all of which would have required rezoning, with hope in my heart only to have an offer fall through or a price tag be way too high. This property is a miracle, not just because it is available land that we can afford, but because it is the ideal location to serve 39 young people. To delay in hope of finding a better piece of land is a wild goose chase, and it will shut down the project. If we do not close by November 7th, we will lose the land and the $60,000+ in architecture fees and deposits. $30,000 of that belongs to my congregation, members of this community that took a risk to stand up for what they believe in and put their money toward it. Tonight is your chance. You have the city staff recommendation. You have the Planning Commission recommendation. You have 200 people present and thousands more that they represent. You have Met Council goals. You have a respected and experienced housing developer in Beacon. You have a successful model for supportive housing where residents achieve long-term stability. Someone will always have a reason not to build affordable housing, but tonight you have 39 reasons to build it. Let's build it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Went.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Betsy Kussler. I live at 5825 Vernon Lane. Been a resident of Edina for 34 years and a teacher in the Edina schools for 21 of those, where I had many opportunities to work with our wonderful youth. And tonight we're here to talk about youth. I want to speak from two perspectives, and what I want to address is the fear that we have heard tonight, and it is legitimate. My history with Beacon is long. It goes back before there was a Beacon, to when there was one congregation downtown, of which I am a member, which looked across the street and saw an empty nursing home and thought that it was time to live out our faith and our commitment to our neighbors, and bought it with the idea of creating housing for, as Lee explained, emotionally and mentally handicapped people, people with dependencies. It was a risky population. And you want to talk about NIMBYism. Oh my goodness. We fought about it in the city council. When the city council backed us, they sued us, they picketed us. Every Sunday when we went to church for a year and a half, we had to cross the picket lines to get into church. But we prevailed. 11 years ago, Lydia Apartments opened. 2 years later, the community came to us and said, "This has been great. This is an asset. Can you build another one?" And 5 years after that, some of the residents, some of the tenants at Lydia came over to the church, to the committee that worked with them, and said, "We would like to do holiday baskets for the needy. Can you show us how to go about that?" And here were people who had gone from one side of that divide to the other, who now wanted to be responsible for people who were as needy as they had once been. The next project that we did was Nicollet Square. We did that with another congregation, Westminster Presbyterian Church, and that one was for youth. And again, there was neighborhood pushback. But we had learned, I say we, it was Lee Blons and her staff who had really done a lot of the learning and who knew how to go out and talk to congregations and help to get them on board. And they got on board. They said, "Yes, we will partner with you in taking this risk." Today, members of that Kingfield neighborhood go to Nicollet Square and give yoga instruction. They have created a healing room. They teach art lessons. They have helped the young people, the youth in that building, build a community garden with edible things that they then can take in and harvest and cook. They have done a fundraiser, as Lee mentioned, empty bowls. They have become individual mentors. They have helped the youth in that building with job applications and so on.
I need to have you wrap up, Ms. Kussler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can do that in Edina. These are kids, and they need hope, and they need to know that they can trust us to help them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dan Tisver. I live at 2104 West 53rd Street in Minneapolis. I'm also a member of the Housing Task Force at Edina Community Lutheran Church. I come speaking to you today not just in favor of the 66 West project, but to talk about the cost and the impact of any decision or any thought you might have of delaying this vote and pushing it off with the thought that there might be a better location, a different location. You must understand that the proper location for this site is essential, not only so that we can adequately support and serve the tenants of 66 West, but just as importantly, so that we can obtain funding for the construction of this project. As people have mentioned before, there's a limited amount of funding available for the construction of affordable housing, and our project is going to be judged against other projects, and it's going to be based in large part on the location of this project. In other words, people are going to be asking, can we serve the youth? Are we close to jobs? Are we close to public transportation? In order to increase the likelihood that this project would be funded, many members of our church and many of the members of other churches who are here today lobbied the state individually, going down to the state, asking for an increase in the state's bonding bill. I know that some of you thought, because I spoke to some of you, that we would never get that money, but we did. We succeeded. This additional funding is available now. It is not available in the future. We as a church and Beacon have spent over $100,000 on this site-specific project. These expenses have been spent, and over half of this amount will come directly from money raised from our church. If we move this to a different location, all of this money is effectively lost. While $50,000 is not a lot to a real estate developer, I can tell you it is a lot of money when that money was raised by a church trying to fight youth homelessness in the suburbs. Our request for funding with the MHFA is also site-specific. If we move to a different site at this point, our request for funding would need to be withdrawn and resubmitted. This means that we would not be able to apply for funding from that $100 million that the state has made available to affordable housing. Furthermore, a move to a different site may alter the way our site is viewed when we go through the funding application process. As I mentioned before, the site is evaluated according to the proximity to jobs and the proximity to public transportation. Moving this project away from Southdale will decrease our rankings on these factors, and in fact decrease the likelihood that we will ever get funded for this project. Finally, a move to a different site will delay our ability to provide homes for young adults for at least a year. The funding process takes place annually. If we change our site, we have to resubmit in a year. That's the best we could do, is apply again in June of 2015. This means that a move to a different site would result in a minimum, at best, in 39 young adults in Edina and the western suburbs remaining homeless for 1 year longer than they otherwise would have to. I urge you to reject the call to consider alternative sites and to delay this vote. The cost is simply too great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. Thank you, City staff. My name is Andrea Knoll. I live at 4601 Arden Avenue. I'm pleased to add my support for this proposed housing, both as an Edina resident and also as a co-founder and current board member of Oasis for Youth. As background, Oasis for Youth is a resource center. We're located in Bloomington, and we provide support to youth who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. We target our resources and our outreach to youth that are 16 to 22 that live, work, or attend school in Edina, Bloomington, and Richfield. Oasis has been open for 4 years. Every year, the number of youth that we've served has grown. In 2013, we worked with 189 youth, and over 3/4 of these youth were from our 3 targeted suburbs. This year, we expect to support 200 youth through our drop-in center and also through school-based outreach. We assist youth in crisis by preventing homelessness and connecting youth to safe, stable housing, and also to education, employment, and wellness support. However, safe and stable and affordable housing for youth is in very short supply. When we call for a shelter bed for a youth in crisis, it's usually full, and the existing housing programs have a long waiting list. As a result, most youth are forced to couch hop, often needing to move frequently or commute downtown to overcrowded adult shelters that are unsafe for youth. We have had youth staying in their cars and in our local apartment buildings, sleeping in laundry rooms. When youth are couch hopping and moving frequently, it is almost an impossible challenge to stay in school or to maintain a job. The housing being proposed by Beacon is needed. When youth have stable housing, they can focus. They can focus on their education, they can focus on their learning, and they can focus on job skills and gaining the experience they need to earn a living wage. They can envision a life that is productive, that is healthy, and that is hopeful. We've seen the difference that stable housing makes. We see the hope and we see the success. As one young woman who recently moved into stable housing and has case management recently told us, I now have a clear vision of what I want to happen. I'm making progress each day and I'm becoming stronger. Edina has been a leader for youth and a model for how to build a strong community. Our schools, our parks programs, our concern for youth and for healthy families are some of the many reasons we've chosen to live here in Edina. Let us put this commitment to action in improving the safe, stable housing for youth. Respond to the grassroots effort that is in front of you to bring this housing to our community. It is needed, and I ask you to please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knoll.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Maura Schnorbach. I am a resident of Edina. I've lived here for over 20 years with my family. I also work in the Office of Social Justice at St. Patrick's Church in Edina.
Address.
I'm here tonight.
Your address, ma'am?
Pardon?
Your address, either work or home.
6221 Balder Lane is where I live.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of 66 West. I'm asking you to approve the variance requested by Beacon Interfaith Ministries and Edina Community Lutheran Church to build 66 West in the Regional Medical District of Edina. I'm also asking you to approve the Beacon Interfaith Ministries as the builder of the project. This project, as you are aware, has been recommended by the staff at the City of Edina, which we are very grateful for. It was also approved by the Edina City Planning Commission meeting on August 13th with a 4-1 vote. There was a lot of debate, as you can imagine. At that particular meeting, some have suggested that people of faith have no role to play in a decision like this. I disagree, which is why I'm here. I believe that a city's blueprint reflects its values and aspirations. It is a statement to residents, businesses, and members of the community about what is important. I believe that our faith community is standing at the right place and at the right time. And we are asking you now to take action on this project. I could go into great details about the qualifications of the developer. I could talk to you about their great track record with over 500 units of quality housing that they have built and managed in partnership with other faith congregations. I could also talk to you about their success of leveraging public and private funding sources. And right now, what is on the table in conversation is $100 million that has been approved by our legislature. Many of us were knocking on the door. And in fact, about a week ago, I had a state representative knocking on my door saying, we got the job done at the legislature, and we are calling on you and the City of Edina now to bring it home and get it done here. That's what we're really talking about, is home. I think about my home, which has been filled with stuff for apartments and dorm rooms over the last couple of months because we have launched 2 of our children back to college. We have one that has returned with his feathers to our nest for a short stay. He's recently secured a job. And I think about all of the kids right now who are sleeping in cars, who are begging someone else's mother for a place to sleep on their couch. And we have 3 friends who have done that in the last 6 months. So it is personal to me because I know what these kids are up against. And we're asking you to make that tough but right but big decision. And someone said earlier here, let's go big or go home. That's what we say in social justice at St. Pat's. We invite you to join with us and stand in that truth and that witness that we are all called to do. You can do something big tonight, and we're asking you to do that. Thank you.
My name is Ward Godsall. I live at 5601 Johnson Drive here in Edina. I'm a practicing physician. I practice now at 7500 France Avenue with Edina Clinics. There's been a lot said. What I want to address is the question, and it seems a lot of the discussion has been around the zoning for this property as in a zone of regional medical district and how this may not fit into that paradigm. I think it's important. I've practiced for 30 years, 21 of them here in the western suburbs. And I think it's important to recognize that the paradigm of medicine is shifting. When I started in practice 30 years ago, I could hang up a shingle and take care of people who were sick. Over time, we shifted that to a lot of people with acute illnesses, to people with chronic illnesses, and then to preventive care. And what's happening now in the next shift is people being more concerned not so much about practicing medicine, but helping communities achieve health. And that's the paradigm that's happening in medicine now. It's evident from where I work at Edina. They went through a major branding change to go from Edina Hospitals and Clinics to Edina Health Services. Fairview is also Fairview Health Service. On a more fundamental, basic level, there is a concept that's been brought about in medicine called medical home. in which communities will look at their patients and that are in the community, the people in the community, and look at their entire psychological, social, spiritual being, as well as their medical being, and try through the medical system to provide support for that. One example, in a situation in Alaska with a Native American community, realizing they had a lot of people who were isolated, finding social support for them so they would find people, places where they could go and be during the day that would it would relieve some of the isolation, and they found out their medical care got better. We are moving toward that in medicine, and in that paradigm, this kind of facility within a regional medical district actually fits quite well with that. And I don't think it's that far from the zone of a regional medical in terms of its function. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that perspective. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Helen Wood. My business address is 6525 Drew Avenue South in Edina. I'm a physician practicing in the Edina Regional Medical District. I'm also a member of Edina Community Lutheran Church, a resident of Edina, and a former step-by-step Montessori parent, as my child now attends our local Edina neighborhood school. Although the groundswell of community support for this project is inspiring, the lack of appropriate sites for this project is equally uninspiring. As a member of the ECLC Youth Housing Task Force, I would like the City Council to know that we would have loved to have built this project on a site that the city has zoned for it. But no such zone exists. We have had to make the best of the current situation and proceed with faith, hope, research, and reason to create this opportunity. The search for the site has taken over a year. We've considered several alternatives. I believe that we have done our due diligence in site selection and have balanced the interests of our neighbors and community by presenting the best option. Now is the time to move forward. The opportunity cost of not proceeding is too great. As a local business owner, I believe this project will be an asset to our community, not just the beautiful building being an attractive visual presence on 66th Street, but it will also enhance the urban design by increasing the connectivity with the neighborhood. As an Edina resident, I would like to reassure the City Council that the 66 West apartment project is congruent with the values of the community of Edina, which include providing a strong foundation for youth to achieve their goals. As a former step-by-step Montessori parent, I would like to reassure the City Council that the 66 West apartment project is congruent with the values and mission of Montessori schools, providing a solid foundation for young people, cultivating independent thought, empathy for others, and social ease and confidence. Please support the 66 West Apartments project. It will restore housing and hope for homeless young adults. While providing affordable housing is a goal that we can agree on, we cannot afford to outsource this issue any longer. We have the community support, commitment, and resources to do this now. By adding this resource to our community, we will increase the vitality and health of our community and decrease crime as more basic needs are met. Many who grew up in Edina return here to share it with their children. It is my hope that those young adults who benefit from this project will consider doing this as well. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, Dr. Wood.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Robert Hobbins. I live at 4708 Upper Terrace. It's been my good fortune to live in Edina for over 30 years. I'm also a member of the Church of St. Patrick, now looking forward more than ever to Oktoberfest. On the subject of affordable...
Keep going here, it'll be time for it.
On the subject of affordable housing, I think it's instructive to compare our words as a city with our deeds as a city. And our words as a city are quite encouraging. In the comprehensive plan, we adopted as one of our 3 stated goals in the realm of housing, I quote, to encourage the production of additional affordable housing units to meet the city's housing needs and, at a minimum, its Metropolitan Council affordable housing need allocation of 212 units. That latter point refers to the fact that the city and the Metropolitan Council, as I understand it, formally adopted a goal of providing an additional 212 units of affordable housing during the period 2011 through 2020, or on average 21 units per year. Now let's look at our deeds, what we have actually accomplished. At an earlier time, the city reported to the legislature that during the period 1996 through 2005, the number of additional units of affordable housing created in Edina was 0. As against our stated goal of 212 units of additional affordable housing at a point nearly halfway into the period, Edina has created 11 such additional units. Whatever may be our intentions, what that track record tells others around us is that those seeking affordable housing are not welcome in Edina, and that those who wish to develop and to operate affordable housing need not apply here. So how has that gulf between our words and our deeds come about? I think it's because we have perfected virtually to an art form the process of finding reasons to reject affordable housing proposals. And I say this about us as a community. First, we adopt the dubious assumption that those seeking affordable housing must, by definition, be criminals, or at least highly inclined toward criminal activity. And proceeding from that assumption, we cloak the project in an aura of fear and stigma. If there's any doubt about the efficacy of that approach, we use the kill it with kindness approach. We're all for it, but there must be a better place.
Mr. Hobbins, I need to have you wrap up. I've let you drift over the 3-minute mark.
Tonight, I simply ask that we cease to be, at least for tonight, the city where affordable housing goes to die. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I am Pastor Eric Strand at Edina Community Lutheran Church. I've served there for 25 years and have lived in Edina for 25 years. And I'm here tonight because my congregation, it's at 4113 West 54th Street. My congregation has advocated for affordable housing in Edina since the early 1980s when we were the lead city organization that built and established South Haven Apartments for seniors on Park Lawn Avenue. I'm here to ask you to support the project. You've heard many things, and so I'll cut quickly to one point here, is that I want to say that these apartments are an opportunity for us to once again express our common values and our commitment to each other in this city. In fact, I believe that this proposed affordable housing is a highest and best use that fits already what we have in our comprehensive plan. The project reminds us that the highest and best use efforts always have moral implications, and this is not casting any aspersions on how anybody feels about this particular project, except to say that how we decide and what we decide does say something about our commitments. And I hope that tonight we will say that our commitment is to our youth, not only to those who can be supported in their own homes, but also those who are in need of a home. And one other point, today I received a phone call at 3 o'clock from a woman who lives in Eden Prairie who is soon to move to Southdale 1 or 1 Southdale. I always forget which way it goes. And she called to ask because after 24 years in human services, she was hoping that she could volunteer at this project, which would be in her neighborhood. So I ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Good evening. I'm Mark Swigum. I have been a member of Edina Community Lutheran Church for 35 years, and am a member of the Housing Task Force at the church. And I want to thank you very much for the time that you're devoting to this evening.
Mr. Swigum, your address, please.
7234 Ticonderoga Trail, Eden Prairie.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's really good news, I think, when communities come together to work for the common good. And what a compliment this evening to this community. Edina Community Lutheran Church has played an important role in initiating this project. But we know that for this project to be successful, we needed to go beyond ourselves. We needed the technical expertise of a great organization like Beacon Interfaith Collaborative, and so we sought their help. Beyond that, we also knew that it was important to seek a broad-based community support. Churches such as St. Stephen's Episcopal, the Church of St. Patrick's, Lutheran Church of Christ the Redeemer, Richfield United Methodist, and others. It was important that we began the process of including more and more people who have the same common goals as us in this project. And we know that this broad-based community support is about more than just constructing a building. We know that we're building lives. We understand that as excited as we are, and we spend a lot of time, I suppose, tonight thinking more about bricks and mortar, but the reality is that what we're really doing is talking about young adults and the lives that are going to be changed. Finally, I just want to say that this broad-based support that I'm talking about, it's important that you recognize, as we do, that this is going to be phase one of the project. Getting the building up and running and having people live there is stage one. Stage two is what goes on for years to come. And that is the kids that are going to live there and the changes that are going to happen. And in order to do that, there has to be significant community support. And we hope, if nothing else tonight, you have witnessed that kind of support in the people that have spoken, in the attendance here. And we believe that we've just seen the tip of the iceberg, and we believe that this will continue to grow. And above all, we want you to know that our devotion to this project will not waver, either in the near future or in the future much further away. Thank you a lot for your time tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is David Van Dongen. I live at 5620 Kellogg Place in Edina. I approve of this process, and I encourage you to approve the proposal. By doing so, you would be supporting local business. One of the hardest things any business member needs is reliable employees who come to work every day on time. By supporting this proposal, you would provide a lot of young, energetic, enthusiastic people who would jump at an opportunity to have a job, and all they have to do is walk across the street to be to work on time every day. It doesn't take much for an employee to miss work. A beautiful day like today, an ice storm which closes a road, construction which turns a 10-minute commute into a 3-hour ordeal. You have readily available employees who literally have to just walk across the street to be to work on time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Supple. I live at 7332 West Shore Drive in Edina. I lived in Edina for probably 30-some years. I stand in support of 66 West, and I'm a member of Edina Community Lutheran Church. But I'm here because in my ancient history, I was a member of the Edina School Board. And so I just want to say to each of you that I get that these decisions are tough. And I also get that none of us know
none of us knows all that you have heard from businesses, from residents, from attorneys. We have no way of knowing that. But I also know that bodies like yourself can find a way to get things done if you truly want to get it done. And sometimes it takes problem solving, sometimes it takes courage, sometimes it takes timing. So the problem solving, as I've heard it, has been done by your excellent staff. They're recommending it, by the Planning Commission who's recommending it. So while I'm still in amber here, I will wish you courage.
I'm Father Tim Rodolfi. I'm the pastor at St. Patrick's Catholic Church at 6820 St. Patrick's Lane here in Edina, Minnesota. I wish we had an easy button that we could press. That would be nice to accomplish the tasks that we need to have done, whether that's in a community of faith or in a government. But the truth is, they're never easy, and they always involve a great deal of courage and people coming together. I'm here to support the West 66 project, and I, like the bishop and other members of other faith communities, see this truly as a Kairos moment. You have the stars, if you will, aligning. The members of communities are coming together to support this, and you also have a very professional developer who is helping with this with a proven track record, and a strong community such as Edina Community Lutheran with Beacon working with that group, searching for the best location for this project in our city. Beacon, as you know, will provide those wraparound services tailored on the individual needs of their residents, like educational internships, help to set career and personal goals. These services help our young people attain a higher level of education and increase their earnings and move them out of a cycle of homelessness, all in a secure and professionally managed and quality building. I would urge you to support this project. Homelessness is not going away. And these 39 young adults is just a stepping stone for what needs to be accomplished. If it were easy, your goals would already have been completed, but you've been working on them now, not simply for a couple of years, but literally, it seems, decades, and still have much more to accomplish. This is just a small step along that journey to completing your goals as a city. And I believe the city can find room and find a home for these 39 and those who will follow them. Thank you.
Your Honor, I move that we adopt Resolution 2014-93 and Resolution 2000. Well, we've voted to close the public hearing, correct?
You haven't voted to close the public hearing.
I just heard the ayes. I heard the call for the vote.
To close the public hearing.
Okay.
Not to vote on the matter.
Well, no, I'm moving. We've done this before where we move and then we have discussion, and I am moving that we adopt these resolutions this evening.
First, we need to close the public hearing. Never going to have a discussion on the resolution.
Right, and I thought that you had just called for the vote on closing the public hearing. I thought that vote had been
I did
held.
call for the vote, but you didn't vote.
Yeah, that's true. You didn't.
Did you want to close the public hearing?
Yes, it was
All right.
closed. I understand
But
that there was a vote to
you-
close
you
the
didn't
public
vote.
hearing.
You know, can-
So all right, let's do this again.
I'm fine with you making the motion, but we had some questions that needed
Oh,
answers.
absolutely. I will.
And I think those
yeah.
would be more
All right.
helpful than,
Let's take
because
this
there
one
might
step
be
at a
something
time.
in the motion that we would like to add to or suggest to you, if you would like to.
Absolutely, and I'm open to that.
I'm fine with you making the motion, but can we do the discussion? I know we've done it the reverse way sometimes, but I'd like to get some answers out there first.
All right, let's
Okay,
go
thank
back
you.
here for a moment. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Now, should we do questions first, or?
No, I would like to have the motion on the table, please. So I will repeat my motion, which is that we adopt resolutions number 2014-93 and resolution number 2014-94.
And it's not that I don't support those, but I don't want to second them right now, because I would like to have some discussion, because there might be something that we want to change in the motion.
Which we can always, which we have changed before when a motion is on the table with a
get to the
motion and a second.
All right, you don't have a second yet.
I understand that.
There was a question on safety. We've gotten a number
Motion
of...
fails for lack of a second.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
now we're going to go to questions.
Is Chief Nelson still here? I saw him earlier. Do you mind coming up? Over the course of the correspondence, and, well, this is part of it, but it's a good door stopper right now. There's been some concern about safety issues and what's happened with police calls on the site at Nicollet, and some people have tried to figure out if a call is in front of a building, if that includes the building or not, and things like that. So in your estimation, have you been able to look at a project like this? And for our city, is there anything that you would like that's different than what they're proposing? Because right now they're not proposing a 24-hour desk, which is, I think, what they have at Nicollet.
Yes, if I understand correctly, they do have 24-hour desk at Nicollet. More security is always better, and I don't know what all guidelines that they're proposing for the Edina location yet. I did talk to the inspector over at the 5th Precinct as far as calls for service, and I know there's been some confusion with calls for service. The information that was given to me, we did calls for service for 3 years, and on average, that particular location was receiving 19 to 20 calls for service per year, and ranging from miscellaneous officer stuff to domestic assaults. Nothing real serious, other than assaults are always serious, but the number of calls, to me, it doesn't seem that many.
Okay.
It wouldn't alarm me if we were to put any apartment complex in there, we're going to get some calls for service there.
Okay. But that's in a building that has a 24-hour security desk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's my only question to Chief Nelson, if anyone has any.
I have a question. Chief Nelson, I emailed you about if you had corresponded with any other police chiefs or precinct heads about their experience with the project management in other areas. Did you have a chance to research that? Or
I was able to talk to the inspector over at 5th Precinct,
okay,
where Nicollet Square is located. I also talked to one of the city council members on any concerns that they have had throughout I think they've been there a little over 3 years now, and the director of the neighborhood association.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like it was a pretty common theme that as the process was going on of building and getting all the approval for this, there was a lot of public concern on what it would do with the crime rate in that area. And within 12 months of that, of them opening and being open for business, it was pretty much minimized as far as the concerns from the public.
So the Precinct 5 chief, or what's the title? Inspector was satisfied with the management team's handling of issues on the property?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we had a couple other questions, at least inferences relative to certain matters. Mr. Nelson testified that he would like to give Beacon a better chance to succeed. Talked about having 60 days to look for a solution. Inherent in that kind of a request to give, as he characterized it, Beacon their best chance is the fact that we have a clock that we have to be mindful of as we proceed with these requests. And so what kind of time would we have on the clock if the council decided they wanted to pursue something like that, where the city was involved actively with Beacon on finding an alternative site that was zoned properly?
The final decision on the rezoning, that's the final rezoning or whatever, the deadline is October 7th.
Final decision on the rezoning?
It's October 7th.
October 7th. Okay.
There was another thing.
Excuse me, can I follow up on that?
Sure.
However, we had testimony this evening that there's a funding request that's tied to this site, so where there may be time between now and October 7th for people to look for a site, there are implications, there are things that will be lost connected to that, and I just wanted that to be clear as part of this discussion.
The closing, as I understood it, wouldn't be until early November, and the finance evaluations are already underway at Minnesota Housing Finance, because I talked to the director of Minnesota Housing Finance. She indicated to me that she didn't think that a delay of 30 days, for example, would have any kind of a major impact on this. Could be a minor impact. But
right, but it's not the delay
so
part,
much.
it's the finding another site part. If this is a site-specific request, then all the delay does is delay. Because if you find another site, the funding application has to restart next year. And I just want to say, and this can wait for discussion, I know we're in a question phase, but while a commercial project may take 5 to 10 years to find a site like Whole Foods, people don't go without groceries in Edina because Whole Foods hasn't found a place yet. But they do go without homes if a project gets delayed.
All right. One of the other questions that was raised by Mr. Long, or one of the comments he made, it infers a potential problem from a legal standpoint, and that is that if we do as we discussed and create a PUD with trying to tailor it specifically to this site, we may be found to engage in spot zoning, and I thought we should have our city attorney address that issue.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Long quoted a footnote from a case where, to use the jargon, it's dicta. The case wasn't decided on. That case did not decide it was spot zoning. But what spot zoning really means is a rational zoning. There is no rational basis for doing it. You're doing it because to favor someone rather than you're basically saying in the spot zoning, it's irrational. There is no rational basis for doing what you're doing.
So a basis or a foundation that lies within a policy in the comprehensive plan is a rational basis.
That's your judgment to make. Yes, I would think so.
There was a question raised by Mr. Crane based on Pastor Strand's article in his op-ed piece in the Strib today. 52% of the folks from the Wilder study were shown to have mental health issues, 36% chronic health issues. His question was, is Beacon designed in a way where it can address some of these issues? And that may be a question that only you can answer, Ms. Blond.
Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to respond to that. We at Nicollet Square provide the services that our young people need, and a lot of that is working individually with each young person to determine their own needs. I'm not sure exactly what definition of serious mental illness that Wilder was using there. It's our experience that single adults, older adults, have a higher prevalence of serious and persistent mental illness, what many of us would think about bipolar and schizophrenia. We do not see that in young people. What we do see is trauma, And so our staff work in a trauma-informed way, and we make referrals out to mental health providers for those who would need counseling that I made reference to in terms of family of origin issues. And in terms of chronic health issues, obviously young people who may have been without a primary care doctor and others may suffer some issues as well. Located in a regional medical district would obviously be beneficial to our young people.
While you're up, can I ask you, are you able to have the same model, at least for the first year, that you have with a 24-hour desk at this facility as you do at Nicollet Square?
I want to assure you that we are absolutely committed to having the staff necessary to have this be safe and stable for both our tenants and for our neighbors.
I'm looking at it from both sides. So
Right.
would that be something that you would be willing to consider?
What I would ask is, what we're proposing is that we would have overnight staffing, so the worry about, 8 o'clock at night, we would have security cameras on the parking lot, and we would have overnight staffing. What we're asking for some consideration is that perhaps at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, that we might not need to have staff, that either our young people will be off to work or they'll be asleep. And so that's why we've asked not to commit to 24-hour staffing, because we're not sure that it's necessary given this location. If it's determined that it is in fact necessary, we absolutely will provide it. We would suggest a model of a neighborhood advisory group to be able to work with us on those issues rather than have it get written into a PUD requirement.
Sure. You have kind of an interesting location, though, here as opposed to, because it's really a location that, other than a couple blocks away when housing starts again, that you're really around buildings that are used primarily during the business hours. So it is also for your residents that I'm thinking of it, but it's also for our citizens that need that comfort level. So I was looking at it from both sides of that. But coming home in the dark at night, at Friday night at 10 o'clock in that location, there aren't a whole lot of people around.
Right, so we would have staffing
Yeah.
at 10 o'clock at Friday night. And we have found that we become then the safety place because as other people might leave businesses, and we then become the place where there is in fact staffing. And so we've been a beacon within Nicollet Square to respond to other concerns in the community.
Sure.
And so we certainly would do what the council needs us to do to move this forward, but we would ask for a little bit of flexibility, but we do want to assure you that we would provide whatever staffing is necessary.
Thank you for your response.
Member Bennett, or Member Sprague, go ahead.
I just had a clarifying comment on the search, because we got a letter from the broker representing you from Cushman Wakefield who talked about the search process. And this site, TCF, as I read the correspondence, was a cold call they had made years before, and then they kind of circled back, and it just so happened that their price tag and your model were a match. Is that correct?
Councilmember Sprague, may I ask Sarah Larson, our project manager, to respond to some of the specifics?
Thank you.
Hi. Somewhat, it was a cold call made years ago, but in our case, what happened is the TCF decided they were going to sell the building, and they called realtors that had contacted them in the past. I don't know, I presume they didn't want to put a for sale sign in their building to warn their customers. So my understanding is they called realtors that had previously contacted them and expressed an interest in the site, and said they would now be in a place that they would be willing to sell.
Okay, so other brokers knew about it, as far as you know.
Whoever they called.
Yeah.
As far as I know, but that is how it was explained
There
to
was
me from
some
the broker.
information missing about the search process. People wondering about
Sure.
how you searched.
Sure, and obviously we can't firmly comment on how TCF and who they contacted and who they didn't contact, but we did receive, our broker received a call from TCF. He did not contact them.
Okay. So since the site application, have you been approached by any commercial interests with a viable alternative that yields you more units or the same number of units but less cost per unit?
No.
Okay. And in terms of the efficacy of the neighborhood association group. Can you talk about your experience in other locations and how that has played itself out over the long term?
Sure. Councilmember Sprague and Mayor and other council members, Beacon has built very strong relationships with neighborhood associations. Within the city of Minneapolis, there's 81 neighborhood associations. They have boards, they have staff, so it's a very active neighborhood network and very sophisticated in terms of its interaction. And so we've worked with those neighborhood associations. Betsy Kussler made reference to Lydia Apartments, which was obviously controversial at the time. We created a neighborhood advisory group to be able to meet with our neighbors there as Lydia Apartments opened. And within about a year, there was a decision that it was no longer necessary for that group to continue to meet on a regular basis. We stay obviously in communication with that neighborhood association, and as I mentioned, we've developed I don't think I mentioned this, we've developed 2 other affordable housing developments within that same neighborhood, and we're in the process of doing a 4th right now, all with the full support of that neighborhood association since Lydia Apartments opened. And then Kingfield Neighborhood Association, which we've spoken about a lot, which is where Nicollet Square is located. Mm-hmm. We also had that same neighborhood advisory group put together that involved both the business owners and immediate residential neighbors. And once again, a decision has just been reached with the neighborhood association that advisory group no longer needs to meet because there are no concerns about the operation of Nicollet Square. That said, our Beacon staff person at Nicollet is actually on the board. She lives in Kingfield. She lives right within a few blocks of Nicollet Square and sits on the Kingfield Neighborhood Association board. So we have active participation there as well.
In terms of the cost per unit, someone mentioned it seems cost prohibitive, this project, compared to previous projects. Could you comment on that and tell us why, if it's so cost prohibitive, why wouldn't you seek another city, for instance, where you can get the land for cheaper or the project for cheaper? Why here?
And I think that's really a twofold question. And so one is just really straight on the math. That this is not a site acquisition. $21,000 has been a site acquisition cost, and this is $59,000, and that's because we can use the building. And we really do want to assure you that we're sophisticated developers and we understand how to put a total development package together. And we have gotten 15 projects funded by Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. So this would be our 16th going forward. So we feel that we understand the parameters. To be honest, Minnesota Housing would love to fund affordable housing in the city of Edina. And I think that they will take into account the fact that all of the land in Edina costs more than in Minneapolis or in Brooklyn Park or other communities. And so I think there's an interest in helping to support this development. And so we have evaluated the cost for 66 West in comparison to other properties within Edina and found this to be the most cost-effective site that was available and one that we believe is within the parameters that Minnesota Housing and Hennepin County and others will fund.
And in terms of the parking issues that were raised earlier, I see you have 2 potential additional places to add parking. One that takes an amenity away, the other that takes landscaping away. You've got on-street parking, far away. So how do you talk me through the parking issue again and how that makes sense for your development and for your user base and for the visitors?
So the parking study itself, the recommendation was that we would need 12 sites, and we're actually proposing 19 parking sites. So we're actually proposing more than was determined by the study based on the use of this. Very few of our residents will have cars. We have that. We know that from Nicollet Square, but we will have staff, obviously, that will come in. We will have visitors as well, and so we believe that 19 will be fully adequate. There is room to add additional striping right on that parking lot. I believe we've had a little bit, to be honest, a little bit back and forth about how much parking the city would like us to provide on this site. I think at some point we've been encouraged to add more landscaping and decrease the parking, knowing that we could add parking. So we're certainly open to working with the city if there's site plan design considerations as we would move out of preliminary approval from today and move into final site plan design. But we do believe this is adequate based on the study the city conducted.
In the other locations, did you anticipate the visitor traffic correctly, or did you find yourself underparked because of the hard to pinpoint visitor needs?
Nicollet Square, the visitor and staff parking has been adequate. Nicollet Square is a little bit different. We actually have on-site retail. We have additional, we have a few more sites available for that retail area. And there are some restaurant visitors that do park on the street at Nicollet. It's allowed parking, and the city took that into consideration when they approved the parking. But we've never been beyond what was, I've always been able to pull up in front of Nicollet Square and park on the street. So I think there's adequate parking there.
So your approved parking at your other 15 locations was adequate as approved?
Correct.
Thank you.
Member Brendel.
You know, there's really, I know there are a lot of questions about zoning and a lot of concerns about zoning and what is a guided area as regional medical. And so some of the questions about site are related to zoning, but I want to go back to security again because I think we got an answer, but it's not an answer. It's kind of just it's soft. It's too soft an answer for me. Looking at security and Nicollet Square, what was the arrangement with the city of Minneapolis with providing security 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, somebody on site at Nicollet Square?
I want to double check my answer. 1 second. I wanted to make sure. I was going to say there was no agreement, but I wanted to make sure that I had. So the city of Minneapolis does not require or did not require 24-hour staffing. We did have an agreement with the neighborhood association, and we were planning to offer 24-hour staffing anyways at that location. And so we entered into an agreement with the neighborhood association. We had a dedicated front desk staff person for a while, and we asked for permission from the neighborhood to allow that to decrease to be other staff in the building, and the neighborhood association once again readily agreed to that change based on the fact that there haven't been any concerns there. So once again, having it at the neighborhood advisory level has allowed us to be flexible and be in just direct conversation with those most impacted.
How is this site different that you think it doesn't necessarily need 24/7?
The location at Nicollet Square is at 37th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. Some of the concerns that were named in the neighborhood process and the city approval process had to do with the fact that there's some gang activity in the community, and so there was concern that we would draw that gang activity to our building. That has not turned out to be true at all, but we wanted to be sure that we were able to assure the neighborhood that that was not an issue at our building.
Okay. So somebody's on site during the night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding after having a conversation with Ann Mavity that there are people on site during the day as well, people there for programming, people there for a variety of things. So what hours of the will there typically be no one there? Security-wise.
At 66 West. Mm-hmm. So one, I want to describe the full system. So we do have, like any apartment building with the modern technology, and part of like any landlord, we look to have technology reduce the staff expenses. In a small building like 39 units, it's important that we try to be cost effective in terms of our operational costs. So we will have security cameras that will record both people coming and going, that will record what happens in our parking lots. So we'll have a good record of surveillance available. It's a secured entrance. Tenants will have a key card, so we'll know who's coming in and out of the building at all times. And it'll be so to understand that with or without staff, it is in fact a secured building, and that's an important component of understanding the safety for both our tenants and for our neighbors.
And who looks at the video?
So our property management, so we'll have an on-site property manager. It'll be a full-time property manager, which is probably twice, if not 3 times more property management than you would see in a regular apartment building. So there's a high level of property management participation that is an on-site office, in addition to the 3 full-time service staff that I mentioned that would be there on a regular basis every day. And so we'll have staffing there on the weekends and at night. And so it would really be, what we're looking for is really just some very small windows. We may decide that it's easier just to do 24/7 staffing, so I'm not wanting to preclude that we would do 24/7. I'm just wanting to be careful about what becomes legally binding if it's not in fact necessary.
Sure. And I want to be clear, I'm not asking these questions because I expect this to be a problem. I'm really asking the questions because they've been asked of us. And the people, I was at Nicollet Square, and Thomas testified tonight, and he may be the same young man who testified at the Planning Commission hearing. And he is the same sort of person who I met when I was at Nicollet Square. And they're impressive young people who are motivated and typical stay. When someone has a lease, are they there a year? Are they there 2 years? How long are they typically staying or living at a Beacon place?
Thank you for that question. It really is important to realize that these are 39 young people that are in stable, permanent housing, that this is not a shelter. So we know who lives there, and we have a relationship with each and every one of them. And so the average length of stay has been a little bit over a year at Nicollet Square. We've had, in fact, a number of young people who've been there now since it opened. It's been about 3.5 years, and those are young people that are working pretty hard on their education and moving forward. So we devise very individualized plans. So for a young person, they might be able to come in and out in 6 months and move on. And some young people are looking for 2 or 3 years before they're ready to move out.
Thank you. One thing that I've been thinking about is this is 39 apartments, but over 5 years, it's hundreds of people that go through here. So hopefully that is that transformation for each one of those, to go from a situation of need to a situation of independence. That's really the questions I had. Site-wise, I would love it if there was a site that cost $100,000 per apartment to develop, and I think time is of the essence with this. I don't know that there's time for 60 days to have Tom and Jim Nelson even share with you what they've learned. I don't know that there's even that. But I have it on authority to my left that there isn't. So, but I'm clinging to the thought that if there is, and if it's more affordable, that possibly something's around the corner. But anyway, those really are the things that came out. I think the other concern that was repeated by a number of people was parking. They're probably as concerned for their own parking, to be sure that they don't have parkers there who don't belong there. But I think that's going to have to play out. And knowing that you have proof of parking, and you've got a total of 37 or 39?
With proof of parking, 37 with proof of parking.
37 with proof of parking, 19 will go in with the development.
Correct.
Right.
And we also have bike racks, which is what a lot of our young people use at Nicollet Square.
Right. Okay, well, I've got some other comments, so I'll save them for later. Thank you.
Member Swenson, questions?
One of the comments that kept coming up was cost. And as far as everyone listening and watching tonight, we don't get into cost as a council. If someone projects to build an apartment building, on the Southdale site, like Southdale One place, that isn't our purview to ask them if they have enough money to build it or to judge that at all. Also, in odd cases, this isn't directly related to this, when CVS wanted to come and build right next to the Walgreens that's out on Xerxes York, that isn't our decision to decide, no, we already have Walgreens, CVS, so there's some things as a council that you don't use as part of your decision, and actually cost is not one of them that we use. So this this project is going to go up and down based on the merits of their cost and what happens with their grant requests that they make. And that isn't ours to decide, do we think it's too expensive or not really?
And Member Swenson, I did note that in some of the correspondence that talked about cost, the site that they used as an example was actually almost twice as expensive as this site. So it's, when something's available, and we had explanation at the sketch plan that why they are sized about this way is because of the funding sources that are available, being able to assemble. So while it would be wonderful to be able to provide more units and that would bring the cost down, I understand that there are limitations on how the funding is available and packaged.
You know, and the other thing that we're all wrestling with, obviously, is the fact that this is a medical area. I took a long time to write down from an email that someone sent me since my printer wouldn't work today, a response from Dr. Wardgossel, and then he came in and gave it. And it was that the concept, and it's kind of one that we also used when we added senior housing over on the corner of 65th and France, which, by the way, originally was not in the medical zone, nor was Twin Cities Orthopedics when they came to us, because we hadn't put the medical area over there. So we expanded it to include those two. So that was for senior housing, and that was a good medical use, and I think we all agreed that it was. I do agree with his paradigm shift in medicine, and that the health of people, obviously the younger we can get to them, the better, is a key to good medicine in the future. So for me, looking at it, that kind of solves part of the medical zone issue. The only real concern I have is that this building, when it's 2 stories tall, and it gets proposed to have potentially a 12-story tall building, Carrie? Is that what the height we have there? Next to it, that it doesn't have the ability to say, no, that's too tall, I'm only 2 stories, because we recognize that this is a different kind of use than a 12-story medical building. So I think for the zoning part of it, Dr. Gotzel's letter actually helped me understand why this is appropriate in also with senior housing. My only hesitation is because of the parking, how do we make sure this use is appropriate as to how we put it in the PUD?
Hold on, Ms. Blunt. I've got a couple of questions for you. Timing of notification by Minnesota Housing Finance. Do you have any sense of that? Are they on any deadline or timeline? I'm thinking about it relative to your proposed closing with on Twin City Federal, which is early November.
Yeah, it's their October board meeting, which I believe is usually the 3rd Thursday of October.
Okay. So what happens to this project if you don't get the financial assistance you're hoping to get from MHFA?
We would reapply next year in June. So one of the costs, when we've talked about what is the cost of affordable housing, and it's not just Beacon or this site, it is the fact that there are so much need in the community and such limited resources that it can take more than 1 year to be funded. And so it's not unusual to have to go in more than once. And there is some sense of kind of getting in line. And so that it's important to hold site control and to be able to move forward. We would apply to Hennepin County for funding in February prior to Minnesota Housing, and getting funding from the county would increase our chances of being funded next year if we're not funded this year. So there's ways that it kind of builds on itself going forward.
Is the funding from MHFA critical to you being able to close on November 6th or whatever it is?
No, it is not. We're seeking financing just for the acquisition, so it will be short-term interim acquisition financing.
So you would basically sit on the project for a year if you didn't get funded by MHFA?
Correct.
And then reapply with MHFA, and again, that funding would be critical to the advancement of the project?
Correct. And this year, though, is unique because of the $100 million in the bonding bill. So this is a particularly good year. Next year, the only source of funding that we know about now would be low-income housing tax credits that the state allocates from the federal government.
Mayor, can I follow up on that question?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead. I've got a.
Is the funding site specific?
It is. So if we break site control, so if another site were found in 30 days, we would lose our ability to apply and we would be disqualified.
So you can't do it, say you have a viable site within the community and you move from one site to another?
No, the rules prohibit that.
I concur with you on that from my conversation with MHFA today, that it is site-specific and not community-specific, despite our desires, I guess, to help on this project some way, somehow. It cannot be community-specific. So what happens if you don't get financing from MHFA on this cycle? Would you then entertain looking at alternative sites where the city might be of more assistance to you? Or is that too speculative?
Yeah. So, we're hopeful that you will make a decision tonight, as you know, and so we do ask for that. And we have, as you've heard, invested funds in this site. We think it's a good site. We would never preclude working with a municipality to find a win-win situation, but we do want to ask you to move it forward tonight. It is our understanding that readiness to proceed does matter to Minnesota Housing, and the reason why Minnesota Housing Funding doesn't do community-specific funding is because councils will often support concepts, but then have difficulty actually giving site approval, and so they don't see a project as actually viable unless it's a specific site.
Except.
I don't want to get too speculative here, Roger, but I had a question for you, and I think this was answered earlier, but if this didn't work out for some reason, and we decided we wanted to try to help in a different way downstream, now we've already changed the zoning. How hard is it to change it back to POD1?
You would just go through the process. The city can be the applicant, and you go to the planning commission, hold a hearing, and do just essentially what you're doing now.
Okay.
You could rezone it.
Okay.
That's what you decided to do.
Thank you. All right. Member Bennett.
Yes, Ms. Blond, is it my understanding from testimony previously given this evening that there are points awarded or in the selection, in the funding with MHFA and other agencies? Does access to transit and access to jobs count?
Absolutely. So we believe that this location is not only good for our tenants, but in fact meets the parameters of Minnesota Housing Finance Agency. And you heard from a staff person from Hennepin County why they believe it's a good site as well.
Cost per unit is also a factor, as I understand it.
That's right, and so they will evaluate this in that competitive environment. It is our understanding that their interest in developing suburban housing is high, and they do understand. They would compare us, I believe, to other suburban projects in terms of looking at that cost, and also at looking at other supportive housing. They understand that this has $2 million worth of program space, that the whole first floor is program space, and so we believe that we will be successful at getting our funding through at some point with Minnesota Housing. I should also mention that another potential funder is the Met Council. The Met Council has funding available for transit-oriented development, and we would believe that given their desire to see development happen in Edina, that they would also be supportive.
Other questions for Ms. Blond? Member Bennett, you've curtailed your enthusiasm here. You want to reignite it in the form of your motion?
I will restate my motion. I move that we approve resolutions numbers 2014-93 and resolution number 2014-94.
We got to go one at a time because of the comp plan
Okay.
amendment requiring a 4/5 vote.
But I have a couple questions.
All right.
I'll second them, but I need to know if it's option 3 that you're supporting under the recommendation for comp plan change to affordable housing with supportive services.
Option 3 was what I was favoring, and may I say why?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I would second it if that's the one that you're
That
favoring.
is, that is. So we have a meeting of the minds, yes.
Okay. And then the only other concern I really have is that we have, and I don't need to have a front desk manned or woman. I do have a need to have someone there 7 days a week, evenings, so that, and during the day, so that when people are coming home and other people are getting dropped off at daycare and everything, that there is something immediate that can happen. I think that this is new for our community. We're all thinking it's important for our community, but we want it to be as successful as you, and we want those kids to be as successful, so I want as much protection for them as a really comfortable feeling for the community that surrounds them.
And Councilmember Swenson, I probably didn't answer your question directly. We would be glad to provide that commitment for that first year as you asked. Okay. And I don't know if it matters to you if it's a staff person versus a community volunteer, but if we have a responsible adult.
They all can do 911 very quickly and look, well, if it's like me, I can look really crabby to a teenager, let me tell you. Apparently I have a look, so yeah. So Member Bennett, is that?
That doesn't only work with kids, it
No,
works with
it doesn't.
adults.
So I have a reputation for the look.
Hey, I have to sit next to her too, okay?
All right, a question here. The issue that Member Swenson raised seems to me like it would be tied to the PUD as opposed to the comp plan issue. You want to?
I agree with that. It would be appropriate to be in the PUD.
That's fine.
In the second
I have a
resolution.
commitment, so we'll put it in the PUD, and that's.
All right.
Those are my.
Member
my
Sprague, did I
things,
cut
so-
you off? Did you have a?
And I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second on 2014-93, utilizing option 3. And so this is the resolution that requires a 4/5 vote to amend the comprehensive plan. Got a motion and a second. Any further comment or discussion?
I would like to make a few. When we're talking about progress on affordable housing and strategies, a speaker brought that up as we're not making progress. We don't have any teeth in our plan. That resonates. I looked at the numbers. We know from 1996 to 2005, we've created zero affordable rental units. You said 11 units since then, but I got different numbers from my planner today. And as I understand it, there were 3 in 06. No. 06 at the Burgundy, 3 units. But that never materialized because it went from condo to rental. So scratch those. Then there were 7 approved with the Waters project. And this is in the last 4 years now I'm going through. And then 18 we just approved with the 6,500 France. So 25 units out of 212 in the last 4 years. And I think this council, this is my 4th year on, this council has recognized that we needed to take some real action in order to achieve these goals, that it is a core value of this council to make housing affordable, whether it's for this population or for others. And we've been working on using PUD as a tool to achieve the goals. We have asked the East Edina Housing Foundation to come back with some further recommendations and a policy recommendation, a written policy recommendation on affordable housing, which I think we'll be reconvening with them at some point. You know about the TIF tool that was just approved by the legislature, and then there is this project, which is a tangible step forward for the city. It's also a symbolic step forward about our commitment to affordable housing that is in our comp plan, and there's actually very many pages if you want to read it. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, in addition to our affordable housing policy in the comp plan supporting this decision, we also have the rising need of youth homelessness, especially in suburbia. It was brought to our attention a couple years ago. We had a Edina High School student who needed a place to stay. We sent out an email. It was one of my post-council newsletter emails, and we were talking about getting a host home program together. Oasis for Youth stepped in. They worked on that. The community stepped forward to support that. And then we stepped forward with human services funding for Oasis for Youth in the last few years. So these two trends have been building together to this evening. This is not without context, and I agree that we need to put our money where our mouth is.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
You know, I've had the opportunity to mentor young people in high school who have decided that it's time to get some decent grades. And after kind of sloughing a few years through middle school. And during that time, one of the young men would leave wherever he was living at about 5 in the morning or 5:15 and take a bus and take a bus and take a bus and try to get to Edina High School. And that got to be so difficult that eventually he just found places to be. And as mentors, we were clueless until one of them, and it wasn't me, one of the mentors figured it out, and we all worked together to do something similar to what Josh was talking about, and provided him a place to be that was a little closer to school and gave him an opportunity to spend less time under stress of where he was going to sleep and more time to point his life forward. And so I guess what I'm really saying with that is these are our kids. It's not really the kids who come here from elsewhere, although a few will, but they're our kids as well. The other thing about the zoning, the mixture of housing with commercial is a reality. It's a definite reality. We're working very hard to convince another developer who is starting an enormous project in our city to include housing as part of that commercial and office development. It creates vitality, and much as there is not a lot going on in the commercial buildings around it, there will be some things going on in this building, and it will create some vitality in the area. An empty building, an empty parking lot is much more of a magnet for crime than this will be. And so I trust that the things going on around it will draw people to it in good ways. I mean, I really, this is not those people in my mind. These are people who deserve to be here, and we want them here. We are challenged to build affordable housing here in Edina. There's like 800 units of apartments under construction or very close to being under construction. Total of 800 apartments in the Southdale area. We have not been successful with any of them. And it's 3 developers. And we're the guys that need to put the teeth into this and get it going, and before this funding runs out. So as we see some more developers coming in front of us, hopefully we can figure out how to do this. There are cities who have done this, and not that this relates directly to this project, but I do want you to know that we do take it seriously. And I personally look at it as we didn't do it. We didn't do it with that one, and we didn't do it with that one, and we didn't do it with that one. We do need to have workforce housing. We need to have the people who own our businesses be able to live here. So that's part of what we are trying to accomplish here. The fact that this area is guided regional medical doesn't mean it's zoned regional medical. It means that we have flexibility. And also, combined uses are not a bad thing. We already have combined uses. Not all the uses in this area are medical. And the uses that are in this area support medical. You got a bank, got a couple of banks probably, you've got childcare, you've got a variety of uses that support the employees in the medical businesses. So I see this as being a synergy, and I look forward to it.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
Member Brindle and I, she currently serves on a board called CAPS, and I did for years, Community Action Partnership for Suburban Hennepin County. And we're very well aware with that group of what happens with homeless youth. For a long time, there was a teen camp underneath the bridge of 169 in Minnetonka Boulevard in the warm weather. I've been a house parent for ABC. My family actively raises money for a group home called Avenues. So, yes, for anywhere in our community, it's important, and yes, it's now important here in Edina, and we proved it. So I'm pleased to support this. I have obviously concerns about the medical use, but I don't see that delaying this is going to produce anything that's going to be positive tonight. 60 days is too much for your application. 30 days legally we could do, but it still will ruin your application. So at this point, I'm feeling that the best thing to do now is to move forward tonight and vote on it, and wish you the best. I think for our community, well, as Dr. Ward Gutzel said, maintaining the health for our youth, which is the key to the future of the community, will be added by providing a healthy and nurturing environment. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
Some may know me as a guardian of the comprehensive plan, and I've worked really hard to uphold the work that we all did as a community to form that document. But those who were involved in that process, the hundreds of people, Planning Commission, Council, also know that policy making and lawmaking are somewhat like sausage making, and different things come in from different places. I have a copy of the 1999 Comprehensive Plan, which I looked at today, and in the 99 plan, this area was guided office. And when we discussed it in 2008, it did not extend west of France, and we extended it west of France because Twin Cities Orthopedics wanted to build west of France. And our city manager at the time expressed some reservations because of the density. And the density and the acreage were actually arrived at to accommodate Fairview Southdale Hospital, which was the original beneficiary of Regional Medical District. We are fortunate as a community that other uses have grown up, and in fact, France Avenue is a type of regional medical district as well, with offices and providers in different buildings and concentrations down its length. So there is a living nature to the comprehensive plan. In addition, it is a guide plan. And
excuse me, did you just say that?
Yes. Yes, I did. And we made a number of changes in them this year, not all of them that I've been in agreement with. But there are a number of goals, as has been pointed out, and one very important chapter was the housing chapter. We worked really hard on it. We struggled with how to put strategies in the comp plan that would move us toward our affordable housing goals. Affordable housing is defined in our comp plan, defined by the Met Council. And one of the things that I noted in looking at it again over the last couple of days is the need that was pointed out in 2008 was that we really needed affordable rental. That if you were looking for a less expensive condo, you could probably find it. But affordable rental was a real shortage in this community. I agree with my colleague, Member Brindle, that the other uses in this district support the medical. In fact, we know that one of our transportation issues is caused each day when roughly the population of the city, about 50,000 people leave the city to go to work and 50,000 people come into the city to go to work. And this can be addressed in part by providing homes for people who work in the area. Also timely was the headline in yesterday's Star Tribune, more jobs but lower pay, openings in healthcare are plentiful in low-wage sectors like home care. These are not only our children, these are our parents. Someday it's us. wanting services to be provided in our homes or wanting services to be provided in assisted living, which is housing with services, but the services come in from elsewhere. Finally, Mr. Graybill also taught me the phrase, the perfect is the enemy of the good. There's very little perfect in the world, but there are things that are very good. And someone in testimony and correspondence pointed out that the bridge and Nicollet Square both are bounded by residential housing. Yes, they are, but one's on Nicollet and one's a block from Hennepin. So in this instance, and they're also in a city that is crisscrossed with transit in a way that ours is not. So for us, this is really a good location. I think it's the best location, and it's the location that was found and has the option on it. So I am very enthusiastic about this, as the mayor pointed out. And lastly, on a personal note that I did not want to draw into the discussion, this was actually kind of me or my sister. The letters, I read every letter. Some letters I read more than once. The letters that touched me the most were from the people who said, I support this because someone helped me. And one gentleman was in his 70s, and he said, my 13 brothers and sisters. Well, I put myself through college, and I put myself through law school, and when I was a college junior, my high school senior sister, one of my 3 sisters, moved in with me, and I became the signer for her. And then she put herself through college. So most of us in this room have benefited because some adult in some capacity, a teacher, a college professor, a clergy member, a parent, an aunt, somebody looked out for us at some point, and sometimes it was a combination of people. And the good of this tonight is that we as a community are doing that for some of the most vulnerable among us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Teddy Roosevelt said one time that 99% of wisdom was being wise in time. And so I can tell you from working with all these folks up here for several years that I know that everyone on this council has sought wisdom in their own way on how to deal with this issue of beacon interfaith. There's no clear pathway on this matter, for there is certainly wisdom in letting community values find that expression in building housing to help young people restart their lives. And there's certainly wisdom in deciding that a district containing our medical campus with some commercial mix should remain so in the future, as that's the highest and best use for the property. So here we were tonight trying to decide whether a concept we all believe in and support is being done in the right place, in an appropriate place. So how do we go about making that decision about whether Beacon should extend its reach and good management skills and be allowed to construct and operate what is being called 66 West? What are our guiding principles? Well, we have to turn to our comprehensive plan, and that's, of course, where we all run into problems because there's a conflict in our comprehensive plan between our affordable housing goals and our land use, how it's guided. So we have to make some decisions. I can tell you I don't think a market rate apartment would ever have been approved for this type of use. My preference would have been to have found a win-win here. When this application was filed in June, late June of 2014, I don't think it was too long after that where Manager Neal and I trundled off to the appropriate zoning district north of this site and talked to at least one property owner about possibly selling a building out of the complex of buildings that she owned, and she wasn't interested, and we asked other people to take a look at some of the other possibilities up in that neighborhood. Nothing came clear there in terms of available properties that could be purchased. And frankly, no one else was doing anything about it either that had a concern in the neighborhood about whether this was the right use in the right place. No one in our community has doubted that Beacon Interfaith is a great operator and that this is a worthwhile project for our community. So when it comes down to the end of the thinking and what you think should happen here, you've heard some good wisdom from people here that have, in my opinion, been wise, very wise in time, despite the fact that the affordable housing goals that we have are rubbing up against other parts of our comprehensive plan. So I'm going to join my colleagues in supporting this for all the reasons that they've stated, because we believe in a future for everybody. We believe in a future for young kids, and we think we can help on this matter. And so let's all keep our fingers crossed that this all works out, because this is a very worthwhile project for our town. Let's vote on the comprehensive plan.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Next, we have another resolution. 2014-94, which is the preliminary rezoning from POD 1 to PUD.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on that particular resolution. Any discussion?
Mayor, just to be clear, that includes the 24 hours staffing?
That's correct.
By volunteers or staff?
In the PUD?
That's where I understand it's going.
We want it in the PUD?
Yeah, that's where we want it.
Yeah.
All right.
And I didn't point out, but there is a draft PUD. It follows the Planning Commission staff report. So it's kind of the beginning stages of what the PUD ordinance might look like, and that's where we would add that 24-hour provision.
Well, Member Swenson, in Section 3, there's the approval subject to the following conditions, and it sounds to me like what you're proposing is that we add condition 9 to that, which would be, you want to restate the language?
For a minimum of 1 year, that the building be staffed
On a 24-hour per
at all
day
times.
basis?
And yep. And the staff member can be a volunteer.
1 year from occupancy.
Thank you. And then I guess I just would request that you work with Chief Nelson at that point and make sure that everything is going fine, that he hasn't had any complaints, and I'm going to let you use your judgment after that. But a year will get us far enough along the line that we'll know what's happening.
So for a period of 1 year from the date of occupancy, the facility is managed and staffed.
I think staffed is a
Staffed
good
is
word.
okay.
Staffed is a good word. Staffed on a 24-hour.
It's on tape, what I said,
And the
so.
staff member may be a volunteer.
Yeah.
On a 24-hour per day basis, 365 days.
Do you want to say that staff member may be an adult volunteer? Is that,
You can add adult.
I will add adult.
I have a
Accept
couple of
it,
adults in
friendly
my
amendment.
family that I might not send over there, but that's okay.
All right. Everybody comfortable with that addition at the condition added at condition number 9? All right. So now we got a motion and a second with the addition of condition 9. Any further discussion? And this is not a roll call, I don't believe.
It is.
It is a roll call. Roll call of 3 affirmative votes. Roll call, please.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, those are the 2 action items that were related to this particular project. And
Could delay that.
Second round.
There's an echo in here.
We have a number of things on our agenda, so if you could kind of get past the windows, because we can still hear you when you go out there, that would be really great, because we'll be going for a while longer.
All right, the next matter we have in front of us is a resolution 2014-87 accepting various grants and donations.
So move.
Got a second from Member Sprague. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And the Edina Park Department gift through the Community Foundation, $300. Edina Police Department, the Edina Crime Fund donation, $613. Those donors' names will be posted on the website. And now, correspondence and petitions. I think we probably got everything that we were supposed to get. I don't think there'll be any more handouts this evening. All right, aviation noise update.
Your Honor, there is one piece of correspondence that we received, a handwritten letter from Mary, I'm not going to name her last name in the record, a resident who uses the alternative meter reading system, and she called me expressing the hardship of the additional charge. I encouraged her to write so that the entire council could see her concerns, and just asked that during the budgeting process we look at what the cost of providing that service is, and so I just wanted to make sure that that was noted and that other council members could see her correspondence in the volume that we received. Thank you.
We also got a note from someone in the Highlander Townhome that there's a road construction sign that blocks a view. That's a townhome right at Cahill.
I sent it to Brian also.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to pass that on.
Yep.
All right. Now, on to aviation noise update. I'll go to Member Bennett first and Manager Neal.
Okay. Manager Neal and I hosted a NOC, Noise Oversight Committee Cities meeting here on August 20th. We had great attendance from the other NOC cities. The chair of the community side, Councilmember Liz Petchel from Mendota Heights represents the cities on the NOC, and she talked about a meeting that she had held with representatives of the FAA and the Metropolitan Airports Commission, and wanted to inform us that what we and Southwest Minneapolis are experiencing is largely a change that the FAA has made to accomplish what they are calling, or what is called, deconfliction. And that planes never cross. They don't cross in the air, so they take off on the runway closest to their destination. It is more technical than that, and they're looking for a presentation to be made at the NOC meeting this fall that hopefully will be put on videotape and can be shown to members of the public, chiefly for information. My question was, then what about going forward? Councilmember John Quincy of Minneapolis was waiting at the time for a response to the FAA, also asking a question that a lot of our residents have asked. There was an evaluation of what's called the runway use system in the 2014 work plan, and the results of the study were presented to the NOC on May 8, 2014, and show that effective use of the runway use system has been severely limited by factors such as high traffic volume. Runway use has been around in some form since 1972. The objective is to route aircraft over less noise-sensitive areas whenever possible. In other words, it might mean changing the direction that planes are departing on in the evening. The study that was, again, presented to the NOC in May showed that the runway use system is not used during the day, almost at all, and is not achieving the desired results at night. They were told that during times of high demand traffic, defined as 15 operations in a 15-minute period, a north flow configuration will be selected for operational capacity, which Councilmember Swenson is also what you and I were told when we toured the airport in May. In other words, they're taking off of the 30s, southwest Minneapolis, our neighborhoods to the south of 62 are experiencing some of that departure noise.
And departure noise is greater than arrival noise.
Yes, yes. And the statistics show that periods of high traffic demand exist essentially all day, every day. Not using the preferred runways results in more departures over the residential properties most closely abutting the airport, which is what the runway use system is designed to avoid. And the letter goes on. I'm not going to read the whole content of it into the record, but I will have it sent to members. After the Knox Cities meeting, the FAA responded to Council Member Quincy, and the essence of that letter is that because the desire is to operate at peak efficiency, they're not using runway use system, and they're not going to.
So the next meeting?
Next meeting of the NOC is the Wednesday after our next council meeting. So that is Tuesday, the 17th. People who wish to comment at that meeting should find a NOC member. Our representative is the at-large representative, John Bergman's Apple Valley Council member. He needs a second to speak at that meeting. The next public input meeting will occur later in the year.
Okay, so on the NOC meeting on the 17th is at the...
Is at the MAC on 28th Street south of 62. Starts at 1:30.
1:30, okay.
And that is, MSP total operations down 2%, but total enplanements up slightly. Fewer flights, but the planes are bigger and fuller. So in terms of what people can report. And
our monitors are up right now, Manager Neal, and
they could be gone
down
by now. We don't know that for sure, but I would not be surprised if they're gone by now.
okay, the 2-week period is probably done.
Right.
And there was one in the southeast and one in the southwest quadrant.
And we will be getting a report in person from the MAC this fall at a council meeting.
Okay.
Probably late October, early November, I believe, right? Okay.
Thanks for that new word, deconfliction. I thought that's what Member Swenson and I had all last winter.
No, I wrote down deconfliction so that I can...
I thought that was a melody that you and I had all winter.
You know, that coughing thing, yeah.
Yeah. But I learned that it really had nothing to do with that. All right, Manager Neal, anything additional?
The only thing I would add to Councilmember Bennett's report is that we are beginning to develop a more regular and I think closer relationship with staff in the City of Minneapolis's Intergovernmental Affairs Department, particularly one of their planners named Lauren Olson. She really covers aviation and airport issues for the city very closely. We're going to coordinate the issuance of comments by our respective city councils to make sure that we are issuing comments at the same time they are, and that when our interests are aligned, that we speak in a way that they are aligned as well. And for the most part, most of the time, our issues will be aligned with theirs. So we're coordinating that with them.
All right, good. Mayor and council comments, Member Brindle.
I don't really have anything, so I'll pass.
Okay, Member Bennett.
I have just one additional thing, and that is in reviewing the ETC minutes that were in our packet, I noted that they had a discussion about sidewalk funding, and the Cornelia sidewalk, which was rejected at the time that street was reconstructed, is now apparently so expensive to build because it's not proposed to be built in conjunction with street construction that it is low on the priority list.
300,000, right?
600,000.
Oh, 600.
Yeah, 600,000. So it's not in their priority list, even though it's a school to pool sidewalk serving major park, major roadway, major school, 2 parks, Rosalind and Cornelius School Park. And I think I am mentioning it this evening because I know that we have street reconstruction hearings coming up in December, and it's something that I know will be on my mind when we review the packets and recommendations.
All right, thank you. Member Swenson.
I have nothing.
Member Sprague.
I saw my son's priest here tonight, and I was going to ask him what his first confession was because he just did it, but I didn't get the answer. So
I don't think he
I'll
can
have to
give
call.
you that information.
He can't give me the answer?
No.
Okay, I'll have to ask Charlie. I have no comments tonight. Thanks.
One comment only. Proud to work with all of you. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two questions. First one is homecoming is
We
Friday?
threw football.
Yes.
September
Next
12th.
Friday. Yeah. Next Friday.
You got footballs again?
Week from Friday.
We're going to order footballs for you to throw at people, and we need to know how many of you want to be in the parade, and that will tell us roughly about how many footballs to buy.
You know I love parades, and I'm always trying to get the council members in parades.
I'm in the parade for sure with
And you
the
and
soup.
Okay.
With the
I threw
superintendent,
footballs
so
last
I'm
year.
in.
I can't be, but thank you for the offer.
No, I should say I'm not driving your float. If that makes you feel more comfortable.
Gilgenbach drove last year, didn't he?
It's Friday the
He
12th.
was a little erratic.
Friday the 12th.
Maybe he's gotten better.
We'll get a safe driver.
Yeah, I am coming back from a week of vacation that night, so don't count on me.
Okay. It sounds like a 3.
Well,
I'm a maybe.
I'm in for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in with,
and I'm
the
a maybe,
superintendent.
but he's got a son or two that can really toss the ball. Let me tell you, and he loves to do it. So don't cut the numbers down. He can get help.
The second thing is you may have read in the Star Tribune yesterday that we have an opportunity perhaps to acquire new municipal property. And it is the Minneapolis city land at 40th and France.
Carrie, do you have a picture that you can show me where the lot line is? Because all I can see are trees.
What I want to tell you about that is we're preparing some background information for you as a council, so you can get a sense of how this land has been used, how big is it, and all those kinds of questions. I've asked Kerry and his staff to begin developing some analysis on exactly how it could be developed if that's what the city of Minneapolis chooses to do. I am planning to attend St. Louis Park City Council work session next Monday just to observe, because their council is going to take up that issue just for discussion. We're going to be asking you to take it up for discussion sometime in probably later September when we can get it on your calendar. And so think about some of the questions you might have about that issue, and especially things that might need some research.
I am happy to take individual council members one at a time on site
Do
walks.
you know where they're projected split between the St. Louis Park part and the Edina part?
Well, it's on the city boundaries.
It's
40th Street is the boundary
Okay.
between Edina and St. Louis Park. And so again, if people would like a guided walk, happy to take you on a guided walk. Otherwise, the property is immediately west of France Avenue, south of 40th Street.
So the whole sliding hill is St. Louis Park?
No, well, part of Minnetonka Vista Park in St. Louis Park is on Minneapolis-owned land.
Okay.
And also the
Okay.
pumping station
Yeah.
that sits, although the article was not clear on this point, it's my understanding that it's not a well house, but the pumping station, the brick structure that is on 40th and France will remain in place.
Right.
And the land around it, the
they
city
would-
of Minneapolis wants to retain
They
it.
would
Island it.
subdivide that out.
Okay.
So we'll be bringing some more information to you, and we can get an understanding of how you feel about that.
It's also immediately north of the stormwater pond in Weber Park, east
Oh,
side
yeah.
of Weber
No,
Park.
I kind of know where it is because I watch softball, 7-year-old girls softball.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. I forgot one thing, and that is tomorrow we have a Southwest LRT Corridor Management Committee meeting, and on the heels of the City of Minneapolis City Council approving, granting their municipal consent, I guess would be the best way to say it. We are off and running. I suppose there'll be the usual lawsuit involved somewhere along the line. There usually is, but we are moving on this project, and thank you to the City of Minneapolis City Council for voting in favor of this. It's a great project for our region, and we stand adjourned. And now we're going to call to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hubbard.
Here. We got a form of meeting agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Minutes of the HRA August 19, 2014.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And then Mr. Neuendorf, you've got the only action item tonight.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Council members. This evening I'm presenting resolution HRA number 2014-04, and this recommends the authorization to purchase property at 3944 West 49th and a half Street. This is the former Hooten's former Hooten's dry cleaning property, and it's late and I'm tongue-tied already. You guys should be tongue-tied.
It's before midnight.
But in summary, you'll recall this property was a topic of conversation for the last 2 years. In fact, it was about 2 years ago, maybe even this week, that I first learned that the owners were considering retiring and making a change to their property, and reached out to them. It's been a few years, as I mentioned, but in recent weeks, the owners have reapproached city staff. Manager Neal and myself have met with the owners on a couple occasions over the last few weeks. And they've approached us to see if our previous offer is still valid. We had made an offer to them most recently in October of 2013, and at that time that offer was not acceptable to them. But today they find that the offer would be acceptable to them if we're still willing to extend it. So Manager Neal and myself have met with them. They have indicated that they would find the terms acceptable. We did make one clarification, and that was regarding the cleanup costs on the site. As we evaluated the property last year, we did extensive research into the soil conditions, and there probably is some residual contamination to clean up, even though the vast majority has already been taken care of. So the one clarification that we bring tonight from our previous offer is that the city would bear the cost and responsibility of the cleanup, and the current owners could essentially walk away and not have to worry about that. So that's our recommendation from staff this evening, is to go forth and authorize purchase of that property. The original goal remains the same today, to provide an opportunity to expand public parking at the 50th and France District, and do so in a way where we have various options to do possibly mixed uses with parking above and commercial on the first floor. A straight-up purchase would give us that flexibility if we choose to go that route in the future. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
So, questions for Mr. Neuendorf? Go ahead, Member Sprague.
So, in your professional judgment, you recommend we acquire this property to keep our options open for future development in the area that helps us to provide parking in the long term. We've had some long-term and short-term parking projections, and this is more towards, along with the Edina Realty building we've already acquired, to help us meet those long-term needs, correct?
That is my recommendation. The city owns 3 parking ramps at 50th and France. The northern parking ramp is the most recent, the most up-to-date, and the best condition. It has the longest service life. If we're ever going to expand any of the ramps there, this is the one to expand. So if we have the opportunity to purchase land immediately next to it, it's that'd be my recommendation to do so.
I'll make a motion to support resolution number 2014-04.
Second.
I'd like to do it for a number of reasons. One, it's based on a valuation that we had from an appraiser a year ago. Two, I think it's really important as we look at our area 50th and France and its needs, where we have all sorts of other communities building the West End and Excelsior Grand and investing in what they want to be downtowns after they've viewed our downtown and taken a tour of it, which I saw you giving someone a tour of 50th and France about a month ago. I think it's important for us to take a more proactive approach in what we want to do there and give our residents an opportunity to really have a little bit more enhanced and certainly a better parked opportunity to visit there. And that north end has always been a quieter, not a dead end, but certainly an end that could use more parking, but it could use some other things too. So I think this is a great opportunity and I'm very supportive of it.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. This corner of 50th and France is at best unattractive.
I was trying not to say that.
Yes, well, I said it. And it is, it's old buildings and it's old businesses. And so coming around that bend, it gives us a chance to guide what happens there. And we've actually had some really thoughtful discussions about what could happen in that area. So I guess I'd like to see what we can accomplish there. So
You favor it?
Oh, I do favor it, yes.
Thank you.
I think it as I described it when we were initially talking about this, I think it's a strategic move to get that under our umbrella, and we've got then 3 adjacent properties with parking in the middle. So we've got the ability to mix some uses and see what we can do there.
Member Sprague?
We have an opportunity to remake that streetscape and be a viable partner. It gives the city a lot of leverage to have the total street frontage that both the Edina Realty acquisition and this acquisition will give us. And as sitting as the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, we should be looking at the long-term planning conditions and trying to be a participant in that conversation moving forward and not just looking at the short term. And I think this property allows us to do that.
Any comment?
I'm going to pretty quietly just disagree. I think I respect people's points of view, and I think they've been expressed pretty clearly. I differ in terms of what I see as the public purpose of this, but that's all that I'll say.
Thank you. I join my colleagues in the majority on the HRA vote for the reasons expressed, I think articulately so, as to the reasons why it's appropriate for us to control a couple of these key pieces of property on that northern swing on 49.5 Street. So I think this acquisition reflects a number that we offered the parks. We didn't go above it. We're going to clean up the property, but I think that's appropriate, and this could work really well for us as we think about and deal with some of the other property owners down there in terms of potential redevelopment opportunities. So I join my colleagues in supporting this matter. All right, we're going to vote, and it is a voice vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2014-04, authorizing the purchase of the property at 3944 West 49.5 Street, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And the matter is approved for purchase. And we have no other business before the HRA. Anyone else have anything for the HRA? All right. We stand adjourned.
So Floyd, do you miss all this?